All right, y'all, we are live on this beautiful Monday. Blessings to everybody in the name of Jesus, Yeshua, the Messiah. Even if you are not religious, I still pray you and your family are super blessed. As Bitcoin, well, it is coming to a key area of resistance. We are getting some interesting signals on the chart, including the potential dreaded upside down Sam Bankman-Fried bearish man boob pattern on the 4-hour time frame. We take the man boobs, we take them, we put them through the chart, we stretch them on over, and oh my goodness, would you look at that? But on the other hand, we have confirmed a green dot on the weekly time frame. El Punto Verde, the Mexican gangster smuggling the blue candles across this very important line, this border of support and resistance. All right. Now, you can see we've confirmed the green dot. This yellow oscillator getting higher. Money flow getting higher. Absolutely juicy, absolutely interesting as we are approaching the very important trend line right here. Bitcoin is about to make a massive move. Shout out to everybody in the chat right now. We got to give a major shout out to, man, is this music too loud? Or is this music just way too loud? What the heck? We got to give a major shout out to everybody in the chat right now. First of all, shout out to Adrian Z. Rodu Elezk. Says, what's up? Pump it, brother. Oh, we're going to pump it. All right. Shout out to Prima Antaboga. Greetings from Bali. Shout out to Trade with Fazy. Casper is the GOAT of leverage trading. Shout out to D-Ball Squad. Bobby Digital. D-Ball. All right, shout out to Jay Armo in the chat. Shout out to Robin, says I'm looking pumped. Do I look pumped up, guys? Let me know in the chat if I'm looking pumped up. All right, man, I'm feeling worn out. I'll be honest with you guys. I need a deload week. I've been doing upper lower. This is now my third week of that, and I'll tell you, man. I need to take a deload week after this week. Shout out to the Real Fart Supreme. Shout out to Pinchy Babululu. Shout out to Alan the Sandaka. And PDS 866. Safe haven, everything and anything happening to you. And shout out to El Bullish on Parade. El Jefe Verde Punto. Yeah. All right. As you guys can see, we're still in some long trades over here. All right, we still got the trade open. We still got the other long trade open as well over on MEXC. Is it MEXC or MEXC? Is it MEXC? Speaking of El Punto Rojo and El Punto Verde. I'm going to go with MEXC. All right, shout out to this guy. He says, pump the injection, the syringe. Shout out to Alex K. Shout out to Nirvana Replica. Shout out to Dave Che. What's going on from Malaysia? And Bernie. And Crypto Mall, what's up? Creating the Man LLC. I need at Playman Guy. He needs at Playman Guy. Shout out to Bobby Digital. He says looking juicy. Shout out to Daniel Ramirez holding it down with the wrench after winning the dang giveaway. And all right, shout out to Board PC Guy. And do I follow Elliott Wave patterns? I'm not really a big fan of the Elliott Wave patterns. To me, they're just too speculative for me, to be honest with you. But look, no hate to the Elliott Waves because I know a lot of people who trade them and they trade them well. Now, what has happened with the Bitcoin price over the weekend? Let's pop right into it and get right into it, guys. All right, let's pop right in and get right in. Now, over here. We're going to start on the weekly time frame. First of all, what is the key level that we have rejected from? This is actually the monthly level that we had going back from July and August 2024. Whenever you have two candles and the one closes and the second one opens and it leaves behind a flat space, that is a level that you want to mark on your chart because it means there is liquidity there, and it means when the price comes into that level, you are likely to get a little bit of a reaction. Now, this is a level that we've been prepared for in the Casper Crew VIP Discord, knowing that there's a chance we could actually get a rejection from this level. We had a few levels in this area. We go to our weekly time frame, and you can see that as we come into the level, we have just confirmed as it happened, like literally a few hours after we confirmed the green dot, we hit into this level. Now we're kind of forming a little bit of a doji on the weekly with 6 days and 9 hours left, all right? Now, on the daily time frame, this is where things start to get a little bit interesting, all right? The daily time frame is coming back up into that area where the momentum is that runaway train kind of momentum, all right? Once the momentum waves come above that 60 line on the daily time frame, this is where it becomes very difficult for the price to stop pumping. All right, let's take a look at what happened the last time we got those momentum waves coming up above the 60 line on Market Cipher B. Now, just so everyone knows, what is the 60 line on Market Cipher B? It's this area right here. It's an oscillator. The 0 line is right here. All right. As price comes higher, as momentum comes higher, you can see that the tick on the side of Market Cipher B gets higher. And this 60 line, once momentum gets above this level, it's runaway train momentum, right? It's very difficult to stop the pump once we get above that level. Last time we came above that level was right back around October 2023. And by George, wait a second. Let's take a look at the calendar real quick. Ah, yes, I see. We're heading right into October 2024. It's been about an entire year. And once again, the oscillator is looking the same as it was looking last year around the same time. So, my goodness, it's quite interesting that we haven't seen this for about a year after a 200-day range. All right, let's just look at the similarities for a second here. 200-day summer range last year in 2023, right? Gonna pull this right here, about 215-ish days. All right, and what have we just had here? We've had about 206 days? 207 days? Wow, oh my goodness. Very similar. We look at Market Cipher B, and here's what I want you guys to notice. Money flow coming back up after being in the purple for a while, right? So we saw it, basically, the money flow coming back into the blue after it had been in the purple for a while. Once that momentum crosses above that 60 area, it's very hard to slow it down. Even when the bearish divergences are forming and stuff, that high momentum, it's very difficult to slow it down. In fact, now that we've come back underneath the 60 line, which happened back in June 2024, you can see it's been a slow, painful grind to the downside, but we haven't had any significant follow-through yet, because once that momentum comes up above that 60 line, yes, it's overbought. Yes, it could be considered bearish in a sense, but we have to look at oscillators as showing us strength and weakness. The lower it is, the weaker the price is. The higher it is, the stronger the price is, right? So combine this with the fact that we do technically right now have a confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. All right, confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. From a year ago, from the last weekly green dot, right, to our current time here, we are seeing the price making a higher low while the momentum is making a lower low. This is called a hidden bullish divergence. This is a very rare thing. We did not have that over here in July. We did not have that over here in August. Now finally in September, we officially have a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. All right? So this means there is a very real potential right now that we could see the price break out of this trend line here and hit a new all-time high. There's a real potential for that. Now, before we get there, we do need to talk about $67,000, but I also want to take a look right now at just the volume profile, all right? Because let's remember that as we are watching this price action, right, the most important levels are going to be the volume levels that we get based on our volume profiles. Now, right here, we have the value area low, which, as we know, we reclaimed with a very nice backtest. And so our next major area of resistance is going to be coming in at $67,000. All right. Is there a chance right now, guys, that we have topped out? There is a slight chance. All right. But I'd say it's still more probable than not that we see the price eventually make our way up to $67,000. Now, as we know, El Punto Verde, printing on the weekly time frame, very bullish, but his arch nemesis, El Punto Rojo, All right. El Punto Rojo, the other Mexican gangster, is potentially going to be printing today. Now, if we get a red dot printing or confirming today at around the 60 line, I would expect the rest of the week to either range or be bearish. And what I mean by that is this. If we're going to print a red dot today or tomorrow, then maybe, yeah, we do something like this. We range, we come down a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit, all right? No, well, maybe that's a little too much, all right? Maybe we range, we just come down just a little bit here, right? And then we eventually can get that next big kind of push to the upside, right? Based on the weekly, I would think it's more plausible that a red dot on the daily right now would kind of result in ranging. And the reason I say that is because look at what happened on the 4-hour time frame last week, guys. All right, 4-hour time frame last week printed a pretty scary looking bearish divergence right here, red dot on the 4-hour, but that simply just resulted in us ranging for a little bit, right, to the downside, coming down a little bit before another pump, like playing a game of red dot green dot. All right, playing a game of red dot green dot. Well, we could see the same thing kind of happen on the daily. And as we look at this daily potential red dot forming here, do you see how the momentum wave is flattening off here at the top? Right, we're not seeing that angular kind of pattern that we see here, that mountain peak, right? You guys see what I'm saying? That very angular wave crossing, it's very flat. And we look at the yellow oscillator as well. And the angle of the yellow oscillator right now is curving like this. Right? It's not going straight down like it did over here, for example. Right? When we get this red dot, you see how the yellow oscillator was pointing straight down. This yellow line just coming straight down. This is kind of like, it's a soft landing. All right? See, Jerome Powell had a conversation with Market Cipher B to talk about soft landings. And right now, it looks like it's going to be a soft landing. But just the way Market Cipher looks, it looks like she wants to give us another pump after a bit of consolidation. All right. So for me personally, I'm looking for us to take out the $65,000 high. I'm looking for my next price target to the upside to be around this area first, right? Just taking out the $65,000 high and then coming up to around that $67,000 zone. If the price can hold above the $67,000 zone for, let's say, a few days, right? Let's say we come up above, put a little range in, come down, retest it. Once we get that retest, all right, then I am expecting that it makes the most sense that the price is going to revisit the highs above $74,000, right? That's just what's most probable. So if we're going to keep pumping, for me, I would actually look for a long trade. If we come above 67,000, we get a back test and dip below that level. And once we reclaim that level again, then I immediately know, okay, I have a long setup here. The stop loss goes below that retest, wherever that is. And then the target is going to be a new all-time high. Potentially 75, 76, 77, maybe even 80K. I don't know. But here's something else we need to consider here, guys. This could be, like this scenario right here, could be the last opportunity to get into a good risk to reward ratio long trade on the higher term time frames. I'm not talking about scalping and day trading. On the higher term time frames, like if you're here on the daily time frame, this could be the last chance. Something like this, because we have been ranging for over 200 days, which means when we break this range, there's going to be significant follow through. I truly believe that, okay? There's gonna be some follow through. So if we're gonna get a real breakout of this high, you know, at the very least we have ourselves a nice 2-3 to 1 risk reward ratio long here. But if we're gonna break the high at 74,000, we could see a massive pump. Like we could see something like we haven't seen in over half a year, because the last time we broke a 200-day range, well, it was literally a year ago, and that led to a massive, once we broke out, a 100% gain. Am I saying we're going to get another 100%? Honestly, it's doubtful in my mind that we'll get another 100%, but maybe 50%, maybe $100,000 Bitcoin, very possible. All right. Now, also, I would say this, like another long opportunity that we have right now would simply just be, you know, my number one, as I look at this chart and I think to myself, well, the red dot very easily could print and that could bring us down a little bit. Well, then we would just essentially be looking back down to retest this very key support resistance flip that we kind of formed right in this area here, right? It was support. I mean, we could go back and look at this level, resistance all through August, resistance again, and then resistance again in September, resistance again. And so if we're going to get the daily red dot and we consolidate here and we form a little bit of a range, you know, coming down to that area, that would be the place to be looking to get in a long trade just based on a nice support resistance flip. And if we take the volume profile of this area, you can see that lines up pretty much exactly with the value area high of everything that we've done since August 5th, which is when we made that nice low below $50,000, right? So really the two major opportunities I see here for this week, if we're going to be looking for longs, is going to be numero uno. You know, we come above 67, we get the back test, and then we look for more upside there and potentially a breakout. Or this red dot confirms on the daily, we range a little bit, we come down a little bit, value area high, you know, the back test of the last, basically, almost a month and a half, give or take, of price action, support resistance flip, and then this gives us a pretty nice risk reward depending on how low we dip below this. To look for a long to the upside. Of course, there's other areas down below. We do have to think to ourselves also, guys, if we do get a bit more of a pullback here, right? For example, let's say we come all the way back down to 59.7, just below 60K. That actually is still, in my opinion, an area to look for a long trade, because you could look at this as a glorified breakout back test of the value area low and then looking up for value area high. But these are really going to be the key areas, in my opinion, that that we should be looking for if we're looking for long trades. The three areas would be this, right? Breakout and retest of 67K. The second would be a back test of coming down to around the support resistance level that we had all through August, which is going to be around, you know, around 61.5, like it's a zone, right? And then of course the third area would be coming back down to the back test of the value area low of this macro range, which we also do have some Fibonacci confluence. That's coming in just below 60K, right around and just below 60K, right? Those are the three major levels that we have, I'd say, to be looking for long trades. Now, obviously for short trades, we do need to be aware of the POC, that $67,000 zone, because it's our trend line, it's a high volume node, and technically speaking, there is nothing high time frame bullish about this market structure yet, right? The oscillator is telling us things are starting to look bullish. We can build a much stronger bullish case right now than we could, let's say, a few weeks ago, right? Because right now, we're seeing the weekly showing signs of strength, the daily showing signs of strength. But so far, this market structure, high, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, right? So we really do need to be careful here, because until we actually break above 67K, there's not really a high time frame sign of strength. Are there local signs of strength here? Yes. Are there high time frame signs of strength? No. I would say no. This is still bearish market structure. So we really need to be aware of $67,000, because there is a good chance that this is just a bull trap, and then we finally do put in that low in the low 40s. And this is something that, you know, I am prepared for. I am definitely prepared to short $67,000. Let me just be very frank about that, all right? Frank, which, you know, is an anglicized version of Francisco, all right? And shout out to Francisco, by the way. As we've been saying for quite some time, like, there is a major support at the low 40s If we're going to make another macro lower high, it would just make the most sense we make another macro lower low. And because we've already hit all the levels of support that we have along the way down, right? The $50,000 area, this was the last support we really had on the way down. We would expect that a lower low would have to come in at the only other area of support that we have, which is really, I mean, look at this. As we've been saying for quite some time, the low 40s, massive amounts of confluence. We got ourselves the value area high of the entire last 4 years of price action. We've got the trend line of the entire bull market from December 2022 all the way to our present day. Right there. X marks the spot. We got the high volume node of January, and we have the year golden pocket from September 2023 all the way to our present day, all lining up at the low 40s, right? So if we make another lower high, this is something that is very possible, and also, in my opinion, very plausible as something that would play out. And something else that this would do, guys, is think of it this way. You know how we're seeing hidden bullish divergences starting to form on the weekly right now? Well, this is the trend line of our entire bull market. Right, so we connect the November 2022 low with the September 2023 low, and then we come back down to test. This is the bull market trend line, right? So imagine if we do something like this, where the weekly now gives us like another lower wave, or not another lower wave, but let's say it gives us a higher wave. Either situation would be extremely bullish for Bitcoin, like extremely bullish for Bitcoin. If we form a lower wave, like let's say that the weekly curves over and we get some kind of crazy low wave here on the weekly, that would be insanely bullish, because then that would be a hidden bullish divergence coming all the way from literally the bear market bottom to a very key support, lining up perfectly with this trend line that's been respected since the bottom of the bear market, right? But also, let's say that the weekly makes a higher wave here, right? Well, then what do we have? We have a hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, and we also would have a regular bullish divergence on the weekly at the same time as we come into that very key zone. So for me, the low 40s, if we reject from 67K, could be, like, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we have to think to ourselves, if it does happen, and we are heading into a very volatile time, just in the world in general, geopolitically, and in the United States as well with the election and all this kind of stuff, things could get very volatile in general in the markets, in the world. And so if we're going to get some kind of, and I hate to use the term black swan, but I'm going to use it. We get some kind of black swan. Well, we need to be prepared for the low 40s, because that could be the last opportunity we have in this market cycle, because I do believe that this is going to be over in the beginning quarter of 2025, give or take. This could be our last chance to actually see like 100% gains on Bitcoin, right? And that's saying we don't even hit $100,000. This could be our last major opportunity, our last big trade, if we come down to 43K, to make the same kind of gains we made in 2023 into beginning of 2024, right? Potentially. So these are things that we really need to be thinking about and paying attention to, right? Now, is there a chance that we're topped out right now? Yeah, but I'd say it's unlikely, just based on the way the technical the levels are developing here, because of the fact that we're back inside the macro range. I would just, it just makes more sense to me to see higher. Could I be wrong? Yes, I could be wrong. Okay, I could be wrong. And in that case, there will be a billion opportunities to get into a short trade, you know, whenever, right? Whenever. As for me, I'm still holding these long trades. We came up to the monthly. And yeah, I'm looking for higher prices. I've got, do I still have my take profit set? Let's see. Yeah, guys. Look, I'm just a few dollars away from a take profit there. Okay, but it's all right. It's all right. It's okay. You know, it's all right. It's okay. You know, we're making do here. We're making do. We're going to take what the market gives us, baby. You know, that's how we roll. Now, make sure to smash up the likes. We got about 1,500 people in here. Only about 460 likes. We have about a minute to get 1,000 likes to do a $1,000 giveaway. I don't know if we're going to hit that, but I will absolutely have more opportunities for a giveaway. But we have literally 45 seconds here before, if everyone likes the stream, that we do a $1,000 giveaway. All right, shout out to Learning German. Shout out to the Ronald MacD. I like that, Ronald MacD. What is the cursor? It's a very large cursor, okay? So that you guys can see what I'm doing here. All right? You guys, you know, look, a lot of people watch from their phones, bro. You know, do you know how hard it is to be watching on your phone, especially if you're driving and watching YouTube? You know, studies show 95% of YouTube watching is on the phone while you're driving. You got to make sure you can see the dang cursor, man. All right, you imagine squinting, looking at your dang phone when you're trying to drive. That's how accidents. I'm doing this for your own well-being, my friend. I see you driving your car right now. I see you driving it and watching YouTube. All right? Can you imagine if this was a small cursor? You know, I do it for you, my friend. I do it for you. Shout out to Annabelle, Manuel, like the stream. Shout out to Pamela's Honest Opinions. Done been liked. Joe Mama, why do you think it'll be over in Q1? That's just my own personal opinion. Just based on the 4-year cycles, around the springtime, maybe Q2. And if it's anything like last cycle, then maybe we get a double top and we get bullish in the fall again. But in general, I'm looking really for the big move to happen within, you know, March, April of 2025, just based on the previous 4-year cycles and the way stuff kind of works out like that. All right. XRP will be equivalent to Bitcoin. Oh, you're too much. You're too much. I can't take it. Shout out to Splashfire Films. Bluff City Break says it's never hitting 43K. Well, Bluff City Breaks, because of that comment, it probably will now. All right. You just have set in motion a series. It's like the butterfly effect, right? There's a butterfly in Australia flapping its wings, and that turns into the wind that eventually creates a massive tornado tsunami that comes and knocks over some house in New York City, which causes the people to flee the city, and then they end up moving to your town and they meet you and you become best friends with their son, and then the son has a friend who lives somewhere else who happens to be your third cousin, and then the next thing you know, you're meeting family that you had never met before because of that butterfly flapping its wings, right? Your comment is the butterfly flapping the wings that will cause BlackRock to sell all their Bitcoin, China to ban Bitcoin again, and what else was going to happen? There's going to be another pandemic that's going to come and crash Bitcoin down to the ground while simultaneously weapons of warfare are blowing up in the skies. Just enough to make Bitcoin wick down to 43K, simply because you made that comment. So be careful what you say, my friend. All right? As soon as you say never, that's when it's guaranteed to happen. Do you remember the vid? Were you in the space back then? Were you in the space back then when we went from $14,000 down to $3,000? People said it was never going to happen, man. People said we weren't going to lose 6, but we wicked all the way down to 3 something. Man, that's crazy. So look, you know, all I'm saying is we have to be prepared for these types of things. All right, because again, we're not here to make predictions. I'm not predicting $43,000 Bitcoin. I'm just saying it's possible. And what are you going to do if it's down at 43K? If you're in the boat of the people that says, yeah, it's never going to hit 43K, what are you going to do? You got to think about that now, right? What would you do? That's how you get prepared. You gotta, you know. Shout out to Al Jr. He says, calm down, Casper Spielberg. Look. Shout out to Bluff City Breaks. Nah, man, you're not getting fried, bro. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, we got to have a plan right now, all right? We got to have a plan, all right? Put up the purple hair pic for all our 1.61 ETA fans. 1.61 ETA fans. Oh, is there a fib extension level that we're coming out? Is it the 1.618? Is this the 1.618 fib? We got the regular 61 ETA right here. We got the 786 fib, and then we got the 1.618 fib. And then we got the... What's the next fib after that? I don't know. What fib is this? I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. All right. Vitaly 905 Trades says 3K incoming. Yeah, I'm sorry, Memory Man. I couldn't get my thought out there, all right? Is there a low time divergence on the 1 hour? Yeah, so let's talk about these low time frame divergences right now. Because technically speaking, guys, when we came up to that monthly area, we did have what's known as the upside down Sam Bankman-Fried bearish man boob pattern. Whereas the price is getting higher, the man boobs on our good friend Sam Bankman-Fried are getting lower, and the money flow getting lower. All right, and even the hair getting lower. We could see even the hair getting lower. That's known as a bearish divergence, at least medically. All right, I don't know how familiar you guys are with the medical literature, but I'm an avid reader of the New England Journal of Medicine, and you know, the New England Journal of Medicine would consider this a bearish divergence. This is what the condition is known as medically, and they do have a vaccine for that now. It's a new technology, mRNA. You only need to get injected about once every 3 days for the rest of your life to avoid this condition. Because here's the problem. Even after you get the one injection, then all of a sudden you look at the chart and there's another bear dip. It's almost as if no matter how much you inject, there's just more bear dips. Just keep, but you got to be regular. You got to keep getting it over and over. That's the trick. And it's not going to prevent the bearish dips either. It's going to make them less intense. Actually, no, it doesn't even make them less intense. But keep getting it anyway. Because, well, it's the responsible thing to do. In trading, you want to be responsible. It's all about risk management and all this kind of stuff, right? But technically speaking, we do have the bearish divergence here. And, yeah, could that bring us down much lower? It could. Money flow's coming out. Momentum's coming down. But it's a Monday. And so I just feel like it's more probable, right? And I know you're going to say, Jason, don't trade on your feelings. I know. But I'd say the weekly combined with the daily makes me think that the most likely right now is range and then pump, right? Both lag and pump. And I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I will come on here crying to admit to you all that I was wrong. And I will resign as president of the United States. Shout out to Divine Hood. He feels very safe. I feel that. Your stream was 6 minutes behind. Sorry about that. I should do my hair pink for a celebration. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, shout out to mandatory myocarditis in the chat, bro. Wow, I'd never seen you in the chat before. That's cool. I didn't know mandatory myocarditis was following me, all right? What does Trump have to say about Bitcoin today? He doesn't have much to say, honestly. He's very back and forth. He's very bullish.
Well, this is it, folks. We got a green candle like no green candle that's ever printed in the history of this country. We're pumping and we're going straight to all-time highs. It's going to be huge, and we're going to make Jason Casper great again.
Or he tends to get a little bit bearish.
Holy crap, folks! We're dumping, and it's going to be huge. We got a massive red candle on the chart. Kamala Harris and her cronies are at it again. This is what communism will do, folks. We need to get together and make Jason Casper great again. Let me see a blue candle.
But, you know, we did sit down with President Biden before this live stream. And right now, he is claiming that the science right now, all scientists agree that this consolidation, the reason why Bitcoin stopped pumping, is in fact because of Donald Trump. In fact, this is what he had to say when I interviewed him right before the stream.
Now, let me be clear. I've been dead since 2019, and every time you've seen me on TV, it's either been a deep fake or a body double. But the science is settled. This is all Trump's fault.
So yeah, as you can see, we got some presidential mixed signals here on the chart. But yeah, in general, I'd say Bitcoin probably sideways and down maybe for the next day or two, and then pump toward the end of the week. We could take a look at ETH, because ETH, man, look at Ethereum right now. ETH has already printed a very hidden bullish divergence here on the weekly time frame. Also confirmed. So we've got a lot of nice confirmations here. And, you know, I'm going to say this. This is a little bit front running on ETH. But if we have to just go with, you know, every idea we have in trading, you have a a thesis, a presupposition that you take for granted as being true, even though you know it could not be true. But here's the deal. When we look at what happened with ETH right now, we see that it came back down to bounce from the golden pocket and the value area high of this large range that we literally traded throughout the entirety of the bear market. Not only is it a range, but it's also a ascending triangle. So we have a very high time frame ascending triangle, a big breakout, and then we have a retest landing perfectly with that value area high and the golden pocket. And then after we made that really bullish back test, right? We made our low, we made a high, we made a higher low. We have yet to make a higher high. We're coming up to very key resistance here, but we have to think to ourselves, if we're going to continue on making higher highs and higher lows, there's a really good chance once we come above $2,900, $2,950, that we do flip to the top of this range at around $3,800. So the fact that we confirmed that bullish wave on the weekly, the fact that the money flow is coming up here, the fact that ETH has broken out of this downtrend on market Cipher B in general, right? Like literally since, I mean, we could even pull this back farther, but I'd say the actual trend on market Cipher B was started in May, where we're just respecting this trend line. We've broken out of the trend line here as far as the momentum goes, and we are seeing, although we didn't see a bullish divergence here, which we really would have wanted to see, we're still seeing major support being held, a higher low being put in, money flow curving to the upside, momentum breaking out of a trend line. It's just like Bitcoin, where we're front running some of these bullish things, but if our thesis is bullish, we're noticing local signs of strength, which could allow us to get in before the big pump, right? Because if these bullish signs are going to play out within the next few months, if October is going to be super bullish, I mean, people are going to really wish that they had gotten in at these prices, or at least looked for a long trade. I mean, the way I deal with this, guys, is because I'm not buying this stuff on spot. But as you can see, every long trade I'm taking, I'm holding it. I've been holding my long trades since the beginning of August, because literally the beginning of August, when we saw these coins make these wicks, we recognized that we're coming to key support. Even though there's no major sign of strength at the time, when you're coming to key support, and you want to hold on to those long trades, right? After a take profit one. And as you watch the price develop and you're saying, okay, there's more and more factors now that are bullish, let me look for a long trade again and look to hold it for much higher prices. Because, you know, if you're a trader, how do you know whether you're looking to hold a swing trade or a scalp trade? Well, for me, the more macro bullish factors you have, the more you would want to hold that trade in the event of massive pump, right? So that's kind of how I'm looking at this with ETH here. And ETH is forming a local range on the daily. So let's go ahead and just pull our volume right here on ETH and see what's going on. So we are even breaking out of the value area high today after yesterday's daily candle rejected from value area high. We're about to, depending on what happens in the next 7 hours, close a bullish engulfing candle on the daily. It's actually looking pretty dang juicy, to be honest with you. So our next resistance on ETH is going to be taking out the high that we made here August 2024, and that is going to be taking us up to our next major resistance here, value area low range. If we just, let's say, if we just start to dump, then what are we looking at? Let's say we just start to dump like a wild lady today. Then what are we looking at? I would say, you know, if we just start to dump today, assuming that this is going to be bullish, where we have, you know, locally, internally, as some people say, our low, our high, our higher low, our higher high, we could look for a higher low right here at around 2445. It's a beautiful back test of a local value area high, golden pocket, just following that market structure. If we start to get a pullback today, I'd be looking around 2445, 2450. And if we keep pumping, I would look for the next pullback to happen around this box at around 2,800, give or take, to 2,900. This could be the next place that we have to really get in before another pump. So I'm looking at this like the uptrend is going to continue right now, which means I would be, and you know, again, this is not financial advice, but when you are seeing bullish signs, then you have to think to yourself, all right, if we start to get a pullback, I'm going to look for that higher low, right? And if we start to get a big pump, instead of FOMOing into the top, wait for some kind of a pullback, wait for some kind of support resistance back test, right? Like, for example, you could see right now on the ETH chart, and this works on any time frame, by the way, This works on any time frame. But look at this right here, right? We have a very beautiful level of support and resistance right here that was respected in April, May, July, and August. So if we get a big pump and then we get a pullback from value area low, this is the place where you would want to look for that long trade, trading with the trend, because we don't ever want to long the top. But how do you long the top without longing the top? Talk about a mental conundrum. How do you long the top without longing the top? Well, you have to wait until the top is the bottom. And as we're pumping what used to be the bottom and then was the top, once you break out of that, it becomes the bottom again when you retest it. Right? It's like floors of a house. This was the floor throughout the spring, the summer. It was the ceiling in August. Once you take the stairs to the next floor of the house, you jump up. When you come back down, your feet land on the floor, right? But down here is the ceiling, but once we're up here, it's the floor. And I'm glad you guys can see my massive cursor on the chart so you know what I'm talking about when I say here and here. Look at that big old arrow on the screen, guys. It's looking absolutely juicy and beautiful. It's looking absolutely juicy and beautiful. All right, we got some super chats in the house that we got to shout out. Shout out to Bluff City Breaks. Could you look at Moonwell for me? Coinbase announced they're listing it tomorrow. Yeah, we will take a quick look, all right? We'll take a quick look. But before we take a quick look at that, I myself need to liquidate my Bitcoin portfolio, which really means I need to take a pee, all right? Because I drank a lot of water this morning, had a heavy squat day, and I was dehydrated. I drank a whole bunch of water. Let me pee and I'll be right back. All right, we are back, guys. And yes, if anyone's wondering, yes, I did simply pee out the window, all right? Because I like to do that. It's my favorite place to pee. All right, we're going to take a look at Moonwell, all right? The opposite of Moon Poor. How are you doing? Oh, I'm well. I'm poor. All right, it's Well USDT. Right now it's on... we'll look at it on KuCoin, I guess. All right, my man with the super chat want to look at Moonwell. All right, Moonwell. Okay, so Moonwell. We'll go to the weekly time frame here. We'll take a nice look. Wow. Okay, so we did get a nice dump, and we came back down to basically backtest that value area high to the dollar. Would you look at that? It's pretty crazy. And now we're pumping like crazy. So let's take a look. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, man, you can't just FOMO in at the top, right? So where would we look for an entry on this? Wow, look at that daily candle. Look at the money flow. I mean, it looks so bullish right now, to be honest with you. So there's a few options we have. I mean, look, if it's a buy the rumor, sell the news, if it's going to be listing on Coinbase, you said tomorrow, it's probably buy the rumor, sell the news, man. Like, I don't know anything about this coin, but it wouldn't surprise me if we pump right up into the value area high, maybe take some of the liquidity and then get a rejection. If that happens, then we pull our fib from the low to the future high, whatever that might be, and then we have ourselves a beautiful area of support at the golden pocket, high volume node, support resistance flip that literally has been respected since this area here, right? See? That's what I would kind of look for, right? If we have a buy the rumor, sell the news event, you know, pump up, maybe take some liquidity here, come back down to back test, and then buy them if it's going to continue bullish. If not, then, you know, I'd say, hey, maybe look for a short trade coming up to take some of this liquidity, because if we, and it would be a hard short trade to get into, I'll be honest with you, it'd be difficult to get into. But based on our 4-hour, you know, money flow coming down, momentum coming down, you know, there's a whole zone where we could reject here, which does make it tricky. But we can obviously see liquidity here, right? There's liquidity here. So taking out some of these highs, potentially even coming up to this area, you know, it could allow that big pump, that big blow off top, and then look for that short. It would be difficult to get into, though, because we don't have an exact level. We just know there's like liquidity here and here. These are all stop losses, right, above these highs. But yeah, interesting. It's gonna be listing on Coinbase tomorrow. Typically, when things get listed, they dump when they first get listed, you know. So shout out to Bluff City Breaks for the super chat. All right, let's take a look at some other assets here. Let's take a look at Solana. All right, Sol. If you guys remember, this is kind of a long-term play idea for Sol, right? Assuming that a Bitcoin bottom is in, basically anything here and above, or here and below, is a buy zone, right? We made a low, a high, and we made a higher low, a value area low. This is like a high-term time frame buy zone for Solana. Assuming a breakout, assuming a new all-time high is coming for this, right? This would be a valid play on spot or swing trade type thing, in my opinion here. And again, a lot of this has to do with how Bitcoin performs, because again, if Bitcoin is going to reject from 67K, get a hard rejection, then all these altcoins are going to bleed like crazy. And we have seen a little bit of an altcoin season, nothing too crazy, but we have seen a lot of altcoins pump lately because of Bitcoin pumping above value area low and then holding above, right? But let's assume right now, we'll remove this. Let's look at Solana on a more local time frame here, right? Go down to our 4-hour. Let's just look at this as a local range right here within our local price action. Pull this, all right? We're gonna go ahead then and pull our fib low to high. So in the event of a pullback and continuing with the uptrend, this is something that we could look for here, right? Come back down to the value area low of the range with the golden pocket, the high volume node of this consolidation, right? Right around that $130 zone. And then we could see it come back up if we're going to break out of this. That in and of itself gives us a really nice, I mean, even if we're not going to break out of that is what I mean. That gives us a really nice potential just to come up to the resistance. So if Bitcoin's going to get a bit of a pullback and then pump up to 67K, well, maybe we could envision that some of these alts would also do the same. This is obviously a pretty significant move. I mean, to get a pull back to that area, that's a 7%. That's actually not too crazy for an altcoin. And so yeah, if Bitcoin's going to be bearish for the next few days before a pump, maybe Solana a little bearish, coming down to the $130 area, where we look for that bounce up to around, you know, 175. And of course, once we come up there, we do need to be aware of another rejection coming in, right? Because until we actually do break and confirm above this trend line, it is still resistance. And well, guess what happens at resistance? Price finds some resistance at resistance. But in general, when we look at the weekly time frame for Solana, once again, just like the Bitcoin, we have confirmed a bullish green dot here below the zero line. Technically speaking, if we're going to take it from this low here, it is a hidden bullish divergence. It's not the juiciest looking hidden bullish divergence in the world. It's definitely not. But we did have a bullish divergence on the daily when we came down to make this last low, and we took all the liquidity of this whole triangle here. So that's actually pretty nice looking. But we don't have any, like, for ETH has broken the trend line. We haven't really broken the downtrend trend line here on market Cipher B. unless you want to force it and say this was our trend and now we're broken out, which I could see a case for that. But in general, the fact that the daily's about to top out, I would be interested in today, tomorrow, next day, a bit more of a pullback, retest some nice levels before we get another big bounce to the upside. And if we don't get a pullback, well, then we don't, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm never the kind of guy that looks to long after a big move to the upside like this, because, you know, just like how our good friend, what was his name? Bluff City Break said we'll never hit 40K, and that's why we're going to hit 40K. This thing will keep pumping forever unless I long. Then we will dump, right? So this will just keep pumping forever unless I long, in which case then we will get that pullback down to this area, right? That's just how it works for some reason, all right? That's just for some reason how it works. All right, shout out to Aaron G. He says, Pa'al, money sign Pa'al will run hard by the dip. All right, the music in the background is irritating, says somebody. Is it too loud? Is the music too loud? I'm sorry, all right? Trader123 says, I can tell which YouTubers are watching Frankie Candles by the sound of open mouth gum chewing sounds. I'm not chewing gum. Shout out to Frankie Candles. I love Frankie Candles, by the way. And me and him are going to have to do a collaboration soon. And I do watch him actually quite often because his stream happens in a time where I can watch. All right, someone says Bitcoin is dumping. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Oh my goodness, dumping like crazy. Oof, oh my goodness. It is just absolutely tanking like crazy.
Holy crap, folks, we're dumping, and it's going to be huge. We got a massive red candle on the chart. Kamala Harris and her cronies are at it again. This is what communism will do, folks. We need to get together and make Jason Casper great again. Let me see a blue.
Yeah, so look, I mean, it's just really just the 2-minute chart. We're getting a little bit moved to the downside. Daily red dot is printing. It's been printing all day, all right? This is very important. It's been printing all day. But notice something about this red dot, and I think this is important to keep in the forefront of our minds. Again, look at market Cipher B and compare this wave to the previous waves, and you will see that this is the kind of red dot that forms when the price is going to range, all right, in my opinion, right? It's a smooth momentum wave. It doesn't have a very pointy top like these ones do, right? Not a very pointy top like those ones do. Even the 4-hour, look at this momentum wave here, very flat right here like this. All right, look at the VWAP. It's pretty horizontal. It looks like we could easily get a turn of events. But look, I could get bearish. You guys want to get bearish? Want to get a little bearish? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to get bearish. All right. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to get bearish right now. Okay. Yeah, it's printing. Hasn't printed. No print. It has not printed. All right. CZ gets out of jail this week. Crypto will explode. I love the word explode, especially when I'm making video titles and thumbnails, because it's so ambiguous. Depending on your own bias, you might think I'm talking bearish or bullish. Red dot also at 60. Bigger dumps. Red dots need to be higher, closer to 80. Just the way it looks here. All right, people want me to get bearish. All right, let's get bearish. All right, let's get bearish. All right, here we are, guys. Short from the exact top to the dollar. All right. And we have rejected from a monthly level, right? If we go to the monthly time frame, what do we see? Let's zoom out here. We have come up to a monthly level of resistance. Actually, interestingly enough, on BingX, the monthly level was not hit. Wow. Wow. BingX, man. What are you doing? BingX. Oh, man. Shout out to BingX, by the way. All right. No, I guess on BingX, it was a weekly level, all right? We're short from the top. We're up $17,000. All right, we're up $4,000 in unrealized, and yeah, so we came up to the monthly level, and look at this. All right, so look, we're just gonna get a little bearish for a second, okay? Just for a second, we'll get a little bearish. We came up to the monthly level. Let's zoom in here real quick. Hang on. The monthly level happened right here, at least on ByBit, at 64.6. We came up right to 64.6. And yeah, look, we technically are printing a red dot on the daily after making a lower high from this last high, right? So we haven't made a higher high, and we're rejecting from resistance. Red dot in the daily, 4-hour time frame has the bearish divergence as we came up to this level, which is a monthly level. We got ourselves the momentum wave is getting lower, technically all the way back from here, momentum wave is getting lower, but more scarily, the money flow getting lower. All right. So yeah, we could get a little bearish here, and so in the most bearish scenario for right now, and I said this before, but really, first of all, we need to be aware of the 61K value area high. If we lose that, then, potentially we could come down to value area low 56. If we lose 56, guys, then all hope is lost for the bullish scenario. And I would personally, if we lose 56K, I would personally be looking to take out the low that we made on August 5th. However, in my bones, guys, in my bones, I feel that we can still pump to the upside, but we're just entertaining the bearish scenario right now, okay? We're just entertaining the bearish scenario right now, okay? All right, AB, spam the chat. You want to look at gold? All right, we could look at gold, man. Just don't spam the chat, all right? But I appreciate your zeal. All right, appreciate your zeal. All right, gold. Holding above $2,600. Very bullish, in my opinion. Very bullish, in my opinion. So gold pretty much did the same thing as Bitcoin in the sense that we took out that last high. All right, took out the last high. And we closed the candle below. And technically speaking, we have some bear divs, but money flow is still coming to the upside. This is a bullish move. In my opinion, the best place right now to be looking at gold is going to be right here. If we get a retracement to retest 2,600. Looking pretty dang juicy for a number of reasons. Number one, it's the last high that we made here, Wednesday, September 18th. Then we have a double bottom right here on Friday. And it's just a beautiful level where we could grab the liquidity from Friday, back test the high from Wednesday. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I guess I am mistaken. I thought we had a fib there. We do have a fib there if we pull it from this last little local low. Let's take another look here at all of this. Okay, so I would say for gold, we have our nice area retest of 2,600, and then this golden pocket down here is also a nice area, just locally, based on this price action, where in this very aggressive uptrend, this would allow us to get a nice pullback, all right? Let the Bart Simpson pattern play out, where we find support between these two zones, and then we could pump up again. Honestly, I don't know. It's because I don't trade gold, right? So I do not trade gold. So everything I'm saying here, keep in mind, I've never traded gold. But when I look at the daily time frame, the money flow getting thicker. When I look at the weekly time frame, the money flow getting thicker, and the momentum being very, very high over that 60 line. When I look at the 4-hour time frame, and I see the money flow getting thicker in spite of bearish divergences, it really makes me think that gold is in a place where we could look to buy a dip. Right now, I don't trade gold. I only ever purchase gold on spot, and or I have different different ways of actually acquiring gold without actually holding the physical gold. Let's just put it that way. Like, there are certain banks you can open up an account in where all your deposits is backed by physical gold in the bank, right? Stuff like that. So I don't actually trade gold, but the chart to me does still look very bullish, all right? It does still look pretty dang bullish to me, all right? All right, Bernie says we need the pump song before I get liquidated. What about Ripple? Carlos? Well, here's the thing about Ripple. You know, who cares, right? Who cares about Ripple? I will say the same thing I've said every time someone asks me about Ripple, which is this. I'm not going to buy Ripple unless Ripple dips below 29 cents. And then I will sell Ripple at $2. And I will share the profits with all of you. All right? I will share the profits with all of you. I will buy Ripple here, and I will sell Ripple for a 600% gain, and I will share the profits with all you guys. All right? Because other than that, I just don't care about Ripple. Could it pump? Yeah, it could pump. All right? But you know what would be really nice and what would make me really happy is for Ripple to take all the liquidity, all of it, all right, before we pump. That's what would make me really happy. You know? That's what I would love. What about Ripple? I mean, literally, guys, since May of 2022, we have come up 38%. Since June of 2023, we have come down 38%. What can we say about Ripple, guys? It's literally the same price now as it was in July 2021, the same price it was in May 2018. What can we say about it? All right. The only thing we can really say about Ripple is buy low and sell high. And for me, low is below here and high is above here. And other than that, I just do not care. I wouldn't trade Ripple. All right. I wouldn't trade it. I'm not going to call it XRP. I'm going to call it Ripple. I don't give a crap about what the real name about it is. I don't care. All right. I don't care about the XRP army. Okay. That's what I think about Ripple. Ripple, Ripple, Ripple. All right. Ripple. It's Ripple. All right. All right. Legit Killer says 70K and then 78K and then flash crash. I could totally see 78K and then flash crash for Bitcoin. I could absolutely see that. All right. Let's get back to our 5-minute chart here. Whoa. Bitcoin taking a little dumperoni. And queso. Oh my goodness. Man, front running to take profits like it's going out of style right here. Any giveaway today to 1,000 likes? Well, the rules were half an hour, 1,000 likes, we give away $1,000. It's been an hour, we don't have 1,000 likes. So let's wait for another day to do a giveaway, all right? Get rippled. Am I rippling your feelings, Michael Harris? I'm sorry. Look, what can we say about XRP? It's basura. Mucho basura. Charles Benitez says, Jay, is a triple top pattern very bearish, at least in traditional market? Yeah, so that's the bearish perspective on Bitcoin right now is indeed that the triple top is in and that we're going down to zero. Yep, bearish. Yep, for sure. All right, well, since we're dumping, for the sake of sensationalism, why don't we take a look at this dump over here? What color is my Bugatti? Oh, I have many different Bugattis. Many different Bugattis. How do I have so much energy during the day? Well, I try to sleep a lot and I try to eat a lot, you know. Shout out to Suhaib Al-Tikriti, who says, Jay, look at the liquidity at 70K, 35 billion worth of shorts. How hard is it going to push the price upward? Well, personally, I feel like it could really push the price upward, bro. But first, we need to reclaim 67K, all right? And just so everyone knows, 62K is a place where I'm looking for a bounce, all right? It's a place where I'm looking for a bounce. And just so also everyone knows, the only reason I'm in from the exact top, guys, is because I've been short from 65K for a very long time, as you guys know. So I simply added to the trade to make it look like I shorted the exact dollar top, okay? It's a fun thing to do. You should give it a shot sometime, all right? It's a fun thing to do. You should give it a shot sometime. Richard says, I saw a dude with an XRP license plate the other day. Felt bad for him and his Civic. Yeah. All right. If we take Asia low today, will you add to your longs? Yeah, probably. If we get a bounce, then yeah, why not? If we come back down to 62, actually not. Where's Asia low? Was Asia low? No, I would want to take out. I want to come down to at least 62 before I add to my longs, honestly, and see a bounce from there. Look at 15-minute CVD and open interest. All right, guys, we're gonna look at the order flow. All right, here we go. Order flow, don't you know? Let's take a quick look. Oh no. All right, guys, this is some serious business right here, but this is literally an insanely bearish divergence on the 15-minute chart here from the high we made last night. Lots of longs opening up here. With an increase of open interest. That is a pretty bearish looking divergence, guys. That's a pretty bearish looking divergence, I'm not gonna lie. Alright? Man, look at that. You guys see that? That is a pretty bearish looking divergence. Shout out to my man for pointing that out. Wit Waves, thank you for pointing that out. Shout out to Divine Hood. He says, Jay lives a healthy lifestyle with a clean diet, daily exercise. That's why he has so much energy. There's no secret, just discipline and hard work. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also, I just love life. Like, what can I say? Like, I just love life. Shout out to R Thor, the butterfly Spartan. All right, 6 Juanita wants me to analyze BNB. Well, 6 Juanita, since you are my high school crush, how could I say no? We will analyze CZ coin for you, all right? And we'll look at it on Binance too, all right? How about that? We'll look at it on Binance as well. All right, let's start on our weekly. All right, so first of all, guys, the weekly time frame on Market Cipher B looks like extremely bullish. Because of that wick, and then holding support here, money flow and momentum getting higher. Actually, wow, that looks pretty dang bullish. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That looks really bullish. Wow. Okay, so we look down right to value area high. Look at this too, like support resistance flip to the dollar. Oh man. Wow. Money flow on the weekly is looking pretty nice. Look at the money flow coming up here. I know it's very low time, but technically speaking, we even have a hidden bullish div on the weekly right here. Let's go to the daily. Bullish div on the daily at the low. Trigger wave. Man, that looks nice. That looks like a really nice bottom on Binance Coin. All right, so we formed a nice bottom. We just are right now coming up to these highs. Okay, so here's what I'm looking at for Binance coin, all right? This is speculative. Speculative. But bear with me, all right? Bear with me here. Speculative, but bear. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting, man. Okay. This is what I have to say. All right, we have ourselves the potential of a move up, a little move up. All right, maybe we take some liquidity. Let's pull some fibs. Hang on. We probably already hit into the fib levels here. Yeah. All right. Okay. So hear me out. This is speculative. All right. If we get a move up, just to take the liquidity of this high, right? And then we get a pullback. We pull back to this 618, which is the daily order block, a high volume node, and the value area low of this whole range here. This is speculative, but here's the whole idea, right? Our low, our high, our higher low, our higher high. We come in for a higher low and then make a higher high. Yes, this is the POC of the range right here. So you might say, but Jason, this is the key level that needs to hold. You're right. Maybe we just look for 582 on a retest. But it would just be so much juicier to come down to around 533. But it's also possible, guys, that we simply just do something like this. So like we break out and then come back down to back test this zone of support resistance flip right here. So the two major areas I would be looking very interested in on BNB coin is, first of all, another move to the upside to officially change market structure here. All right, our low, high, higher low, make a higher high, maybe come up to the 786 or something, then get a little bit of a pullback. That little bit of a pullback, first we're going to be looking at this first box here, support resistance flip, where we have this series of highs in the high volume node. That's going to come around 580 to 600. If we lose that, then the beautiful looking area is going to be around 540, 530 to 540, right? Those would be the two areas for me to be interested in. How's Bitcoin doing? Is she dumping? Or is she doing nothing? She's doing absolutely nothing, guys. Maybe she's dumping a little bit, all right? Maybe she's dumping a little bit. A little bit of a dump here. Trend lines. Yeah, if you have never done a trend line before, do you even lift, bro? All right. Do you even lift? Wait a second. All right. Shout out to Splash for our films. Hash ribbons on the weekly. All right, let's look at hash ribbons on the weekly. For Bitcoin, we're looking at hash ribbons on the weekly. Massive buy signal has printed, just like we got one back here in August 2023. We've also have one in July 2024. Hash ribbons. I mean, we got that cross. So right now, interesting because they're touching each other. The green is still a little bit above the gray. This could be a big look at that cross. Yeah, I mean, it's weird because they're touching each other again, but yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. You know, historically speaking, those hash ribbon buy signals on the weekly, they are pretty spot on. They're pretty spot on. You know? Yeah, interesting. Oh, something else that we need to think about here is just the daily. Let's put on the 200 moving average. Yeah, so that 200-day moving average is also acting as our resistance right now. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. We get a break above. That's just another reason why we could see Bitcoin start to really pump. We got a lot of interesting bullish factors right now on the chart. Shout out to Crypto Yacht. Shout out to Drop, Bull Market Support Band. Shout out to Jagadish OP. He says, "Yo Jay, do you ever use Market Cipher SR?" Not really. I should use Market Cipher A with the yellow X's and the blood diamonds. That has been my jam historically speaking. But yeah, in general, no, I don't really use Market Cipher SR anymore. Alright, who's spamming the chat? I see people complaining about spamming. Isn't Mrs. Casper jealous of 6 Juanita? Nah, she's not jealous of 6 Juanita. Can I please explain why long's opening here is bearish? Sure. So the reason why long's opening here is bearish is because we are seeing a bearish CBD divergence here. So here's what a bearish CBD divergence is. When price is in an uptrend, it's the buyers and the sellers are the ones moving the market, right? Buyers and sellers move the market. So what we have here is open interest, and then the green line is CBD. You would expect, for a healthy move to the upside, you would expect the CBD to get higher and the open interest to get higher. This is telling you it's a strong move to the upside. It's a healthy move to the upside because we're moving up in conjunction with open interest increasing, which means people are opening trades, CBD getting higher, which means the trades are opening long. So the open interest is only telling you are people opening trades or closing trades. The CBD is telling you what direction are those trades opening or closing in. So you need the both together. Because open interest could be coming higher, price could be going up, but you don't know if there are more longs and shorts opening, right? And so if there's lots of longs opening and price is making higher highs and higher lows over time, that's a very healthy move, all right? Now, what if there's lots of longs opening, but price is making a lower high, all right? We can see right here, we have lots of trades opening up, open interest increasing, and based on our CBD, most of those trades are longs, right? In fact, there's more longs opening up here than there were up here. More longs opening up here than here. What does that tell us? It tells us that although the longs are opening up, they're not able to push the price to the upside. Why? Well, that's called bearish absorption, where there's bigger players here, right? The whales, like this guy, this whale is absorbing those long orders to fill up a big short order, right? We saw the opposite of that happening right over here. Look at this. We can see trades opening, right? And those trades are shorts because CVD is getting lower. But the price is making higher lows. That doesn't make sense. If there's more sellers than buyers, you'd expect the price to go down, right? So what's happening here? There's a whale absorbing the short orders, building along, looking to push the price to the upside, right? So that's why this is bearish, because there's a discrepancy between what should be happening and what is happening. What should be happening is price should be above this high, right? Because there's more longs now than there were here. But because there's not a higher high, that's telling you, something's not right, right? What's not right? Well, there must be bigger players here who are building short orders, looking to push the price lower, looking to push it down back to 62K, right? That's kind of what this is telling you. How do you enter the trade at the exact bottom or top? It depends. Like sometimes I'm not in at the exact bottom or top. Other times I add to an open trade. And other times it's because I know exactly what level we're looking for, right? I know exactly what level we're looking for. Do I have any strategies to identify spike waves? No, I don't. You got to go to Trader Geo for that. All right? Yeah, it's a whale with rabbit ears. Absolutely. Whoever said that. It's a nice whale, right? He's a happy old whale, you know. A big fat whale. You know? It's like that old meme, that like super fat, awkward guy with a hot chick on a boat, on a yacht. It says this is the guy on the other side of all your losing trades. That's what this whale looks like. Just a big fat happy whale hanging out with hot chicks on a yacht, looking to absorb your longs at the top, you know? So actually that does add a lot of confidence to the fact that this move is going to come down a little bit and hit that target at $62,000. How many percent do you think Bitcoin will... Well, why is Bitcoin so trappy today? Because last week was very, very bullish, and this week we are topping out in daily momentum, so we're going to have to range for a little bit before we get another big move. We're going to have to cool off for a little bit before we get another big move, all right? Local support right now is 62K, all right? Local support right now is 62K, and then 61.3, and then we're looking down at just below 60. So the three areas right now that I'd say would make for good looking to get into a long would be, first of all, 62K. Just take out the lows from Friday. Then value area high at around 61.3. And then value area low just below 60K. Those are going to be the three areas I'm personally looking for a bounce on Bitcoin today. How is ADA? Cardano? Well, we'll take a look at Cardano. Let's take a quick look at Cardano, guys. All right, well, I mean, what can we even say about Cardano? What can we even say about it? Potentially, we have ourselves a nice bottom similar to some other altcoins, right? But the problem with this bottom is that it didn't really come down to any major area of support. That's what I don't like about it. We did make a higher high into POC, made a higher low. I don't like it. I'll be honest with you. There's nothing here that I like. Like, I'm grasping at straws. Did we hit a nice support? No, we did not hit a nice support. Do we have a bullish div? No, we don't have a bullish div. Are we changing market structure? I can't even make the case that we're internally changing market structure because we didn't hit a nice support. We don't even have a bullish divergence at the low. Right? We just have an equal flat div here. So it's really difficult for me to say anything about Cardano. You know? I don't know. Eventually Cardano's going to hit $5, all right? I've been holding Cardano since it was very cheap in 2017. Eventually, hopefully we hit $5. That's all I know about it. Cardano has literally been the worst performing asset that I've ever held because the bullish divergences did not play out this whole way down, and we had some. Like, look at this. We had a pretty massively bull div on the weekly here. We couldn't even change market structure. We came down, made a higher low, then we finally changed the structure. Let's pull some fibs. Maybe we could come up with something bullish here. Ah, man, it's tough. I don't know. I'm over it. I'm over Cardano. I trade Bitcoin, and I don't trade Cardano. Let's put it that way. How do you determine risk-reward? The way you determine risk-reward is like this. Let's say we're going to long Cardano right now. All right? And let's say we think that the bottom's in, right? That means our stop loss goes under the last low. If we take out the last low, then our trading idea is out, right? We're stopped out. All right, so we're long Cardano right now. Stop loss goes below the low. And our target, let's just say our target is the golden pocket. All right. That's an 18-to-1 risk-reward ratio. All right. If we're risking 1%, we are looking to gain 18%. All right. So how much money do you put on the trade? The formula is you're going to take the amount of dollars you're risking, and you're going to divide that by the stop loss percent. All right. So in this case, let's say you have $1,000, right? You want to risk 1%, which is $10. So you're going to do $10. You're going to divide that by, in this case, your stop loss is 24%. So you're going to divide that by 0.24, right? Which, if we take out our handy dandy iPhone calculator, that means we put $41 on the trade. All right, $41 on the trade, right? I think. Hang on. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Yeah, so we're risking $10 to make like over 100 something dollars, like 160 bucks, right? Put $41 on the trade, we either make 160 bucks or we lose 10. You know? So that's how you would do it, right? And leverage doesn't really matter, okay? Leverage doesn't matter so long as your stop loss gets hit before liquidation. So if you need a 25% stop loss, all right, you have to use very low leverage because you will get liquidated before a 24% move to the downside hits your stop loss, all right? Now, let's say, for example, you're using your trade setup is something like this, right? All right, we're gonna do a 0.75% stop loss, and we're gonna shoot for this, right? That's insane. You're probably, well, I don't know. Maybe people take trades like this, but that's a 400. You're risking 1% to make 400%. That's crazy. All right. Now, again, the way you figure out how much to put on this trade with a 0.71% stop loss is you're gonna do $10, right? And divide that by 0.0071. All right. Now $10 divided by 0.0071 means you can put $1,400 on the trade. All right. So $1,400 onto your trade. All right. So now, because your stop loss is much smaller, you can put more money on the trade, right? And in this instance, what the leverage doesn't matter, right? If you legitimately have a 0.75% stop loss, you could use 100x leverage and not get liquidated. I would never do that in case of like slippage or whatever. But I'd say, 50x, you're totally fine to use 50x. There's no risk of liquidation with 50x leverage because your liquidation price is going to be at a 2% move against you, right? So at 50x leverage, you're going to be liquidated probably around here, right? This is going to be your liquidation. Your stop loss is going to be right here, right? So your stop loss, where you lose $10, is going to hit before you risk liquidation, right? Stop loss hits at 0.4866, liquidation is at 0.4814. So before you even get liquidated, you're stopped out for a $10 loss, all right? So that's why leverage doesn't matter if your stop loss can be triggered before liquidation. Now imagine trying to use 50x leverage on this trade. You'd be liquidated in a minute, right? So you have to make sure that your leverage is in a place where it allows you to trade your plans with the proper stop loss and position size without getting liquidated, all right? So that's how you deal with it. Don't even worry about the leverage. Just worry about this formula. And if you don't have enough money to put on a trade using this formula, then increase the leverage, right? So for example, this trade here, if you only have $1,000 in your account, but you put $1,400 on the trade, obviously you need to be using at least 2x leverage. Now, if you're keeping not all your money on the exchange, or if you're trading Cardano and Ethereum and Bitcoin and Chainlink and Solana, and you want to be able to open up trades for all those pairs at the same time, you're obviously going to have to use leverage, right? You might be using 10x leverage so you could trade 5 different pairs, So the leverage doesn't really matter that much. And most people don't understand how leverage works, honestly. Watch any YouTube video and they'll say some stupid thing like, leverage can make you a lot of money, but it can also lose you a lot of money. Those are not traders, all right? Those are gamblers or somebody who just has a YouTube channel and the exchange reached out to them and said, hey, I'll give you $3,000 to make a dedicated video for our exchange. And they're like, okay, I'll do it. And then they read some article on Google that told them about leverage, right? The proper way to use leverage is you use it as a tool to take small amounts of capital and make that stretch farther with your risk management strategy, right? Leverage does not increase the amount of loss that you're taking if you're trading properly. If you're gambling, then leverage will increase your risk big time. If you're a trader and you're using good risk management and you're planning your setups and good risk to rewards, leverage does not increase the risk of loss if you're using it properly the way it's meant to be used. If you're using it improperly, then you shouldn't be trading in the first place until you learn how to properly use it. You get what I'm saying? If you're a brand new trader and you're looking to trade 1 pair, 2 pairs, then keep your leverage on like 3x, all right? Because that's all you're really gonna need most of the time. Unless you're an expert ninja scalper, you're probably not gonna need more than 3x leverage when you're getting started and you just have 1 account to trade with and you're just trading 1 or 2 pairs. You're not gonna ever need more than 3x. But there are reasons to use higher leverage. Live Wild says, LOL, you're always gambling. Never act like you know where price is going. So again, Live Wild doesn't understand what trading is, all right? With all due respect, Live Wild, I understand your name is Live Wild, but here's what trading is. Do we ever know what price is going to do? We don't. But the difference between trading and gambling is trading means every single trade you take, there's a fixed amount of risk. All right, every single trade you take, you are risking a fixed amount of money, period. No matter what, you're risking 1%. In addition to that, every single trade you take, the amount of money you're looking to make is going to be more than 1%, right? In addition to this, every single trade you take has a series of confirmations that have been backtested to let you know you have more than a 50-50 shot at the trade. So you're putting the probabilities in your favor and you're using basic math to ensure that you're not losing money faster than you're making money. And even if you're the worst trader in the world, you're not going to blow your account trading this way. All right? There's a huge difference between gambling and trading properly. A huge difference. All right? Nobody knows where the price is going to go, obviously. So, because we don't know for certain, what do? We make sure we're using good risk to reward ratios, good risk management, sticking to a back-tested strategy. Those three things, combined with discipline, will cause you to be profitable over time. Even if you're the worst in the world, you're not going to blow your account trading that way. Right? Even if literally every single trade you take is wrong, and you're always risking 1%, you might lose money, but you're not going to totally blow your account. So, what is the best exchange to trade on with low fees? MEXC is the best, as fee-wise, MEXC. All right, shout out to Bernie. He says it's my wife's 69th birthday on Friday. Can you wish her a happy birthday, and please don't tell her I lost 5K longing that top. Well, happy birthday to Bernie's wife. I appreciate that. It's really her 69th birthday? Well, happy birthday. Yeah, no KYC and Arctic exchange is going to be huge. All right. Where's the stop loss? There is no stop loss. For no KYC, well, for right now, I guess BLOFIN, if you use my affiliate link. Yeah, BLOFIN, if you use my affiliate link, they'll give you VIP level 2 fees and 10% cash back. So right now, BLOFIN is offering this deal, 10% cash back on everything you deposit until October 20th. And they are also going to give you VIP 2 level fees if you use the link. It's not going to be as good as MEXC fees. Plus, you could win all these prizes, even a Tesla if you trade 300 million volume. Honestly, the more realistic prizes are like the Apple Watch or whatever, or even the camera. But then MEXC, if you can KYC, MEXC is the best deal on fees, because if you hold 1,000 of their coins, they will give you 0.1% market order fee and 0% limit order fee, which is absolutely beautiful. If you can KYC, and the way I do that is with a Palu ID. A Palu ID. How do I feel about FEMEX? I'm never really a big fan of FEMEX. I find, even with small orders, like, I've had slippage with like $250,000 order on FEMEX. And like, also, like, I mark it in and like the thing spins, like it loads. And then by the time I get in, it's been like a big move already. So it sucks, man. I've always had negative experiences with good old FEMEX, but hey, you know, you do you. You want to trade on FEMEX? By all means, trade on FEMEX. You know? Palau. Apollo ID? Yeah, a Palu. No, a fake ID does not work most of the time, honestly. Fake ID does not work most of the time. Was BingX hacked? I don't know. Where's CryptoFace been at? CryptoFace doesn't trade during chop. He's not a degen like us. He doesn't trade. He takes his time off. He feeds his chameleon. What's his chameleon's name? Ah, man. I forget his chameleon's name now. Yeah, everyone trade wherever you want to trade, but in January there's going to be a really awesome exchange coming out. Jackie Boy TNP, I can't really answer your question, man. I don't understand it, but I've seen you ask it a few times. I don't know what you mean by, can you please tell us how much money where you're putting in the trades at the beginning of the year and after the end? After 1 year? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Chalino. Thank you. Chalino. Thank you. Chalino. Shout out to Chalino. What's Antarctic Exchange? It's a DEX that will be launching in January 2025. It's right now in alpha testing. Chalino. Dan, you can leverage trade legally in the US if the platform allows it. And if you have an ID of another place that allows you to trade, then you can. Just make sure to pay your dang taxes, my friend. Just make sure to pay your dang taxes. I mean, if you're into paying taxes. If you're into paying taxes, pay your taxes. All right? If you hate taxes and you have a way out of it, or you don't care if they come and throw you in prison or worse, then do your thing, all right? How much do I push on the bench press? Not very much, man. I haven't bench pressed since probably December, and my max all-time bench press is only 330 pounds. And I'm never going to touch that again, to be honest with you. I probably won't. It's just not worth it for me. My thoughts on breakout funding. Is that CryptoFace's prop firm? I mean, look, CryptoFace, I trust him, so I haven't tried it out yet, but it seems like a really great deal for people that don't have the capital, but still would like to trade, you know? Shout out to Adam. I'm not going to read your comment out loud, Adam, for your own sake. Do I take TRT? Is that trading recovery therapy? Yes, I take trading recovery therapy because honestly, after months of intense scalping, you need to recover from that. Honestly, you really do. How much can I shoplift? Many pounds, Bernie. Many pounds. Many pounds. What are my targets for the bull run fire lions? Fire lions. Well, my next take profit on spot is going to be $80,000 Bitcoin, and then $100,000, and then $120,000 if we make it. If we make it. Where's the Pikachu hat? It's on the floor. It's on the floor. It's on the floor. Shout out to Pawan Verma from India. God bless. Ain't nothing wrong with steroids. Well, there's a few things wrong with steroids. First of all, they're dangerous. All right. They're not good for your organs. They're not good for your heart. They're not good if you're a man for your testicles. All right. They will stop your balls from functioning properly. They could make you infertile, give you erectile dysfunction. And I know people who have dabbled in steroids, and to this day, they have low testosterone. They cannot get it back to normal. Like healthy 40-year-olds with like 200 testosterone. Because they took something back in the day. You just don't know how your body's going to react to that. And why would you want to take that? All right? I would say there's no healthy way to take steroids. I don't care. Unless you're just... unless you're taking testosterone because you have low testosterone, and you legitimately have low testosterone, and you've tried everything to boost it naturally, meaning you start exercising properly, sleeping properly, and eating properly, removing all the feminizing toxins from your life, like all the fragrance and all this weird cologne and stuff, guys spraying themselves in shampoo and deodorant and soap and all this, drinking out of plastic bottles. Unless you tried it naturally and you still can't get it up. When I say can't get it up, that could have two meanings. Your testosterone level or the fib. That's the only way you should be taking anything. Otherwise, you put yourself in a very compromising situation. All right? Why would you want to be dependent on exogenous substances to feel normal? To have just feeling like a normal man, where you have drive and determination and energy and well-being. Why would you want to make that dependent on something you have to buy? All right, what if you had to buy a pill every day for the rest of your life to feel normal and feeling like you can function properly? You know what I'm saying? Sounds horrible. Sounds horrible. I would never ever want that in a million years. So when did I enter this short? I entered this short in, full disclosure, guys, I entered this specific short in July, all right? And then I added to it in August, and then I added to it again this morning, all right? So I've been adding to this short since July when we got the first fake out of this trend line here. Right? Or whatever. What did we get? I forget. I forget how I... No, it was just a simple CDW, I think. It was just a simple CDW. Or... Actually, maybe I might have been in this short since June. Hang on. Yeah, I think I've been in this short since June, guys. When we got the fake out of this trend line, CDW. Shorted it down. You know, hit a TP. Added a little bit more here. Took a little more profits. And then I've been adding a little bit more. You know, this is just like a swing short. In the event that the top's in, I'm just shorting these lower highs. And if I get stopped out here, obviously, I'll look to re-enter again. But I've been in this short for months, man. Months! And I have spent $200 in fees. So, not that bad, huh? Bernie would rather eat grass than take steroids. That's what's up. RF says, but the gains, bro. Hey, if that's what you're into, man. It is funny because, like, you know, I'm married to a beautiful woman. And she don't care how much gains I have or don't have. You know? So when you really sit down and think about it, being jacked does not add a single ounce of benefit to your life, because anyone can get jacked without steroids, without testosterone. More jacked than your average person. All right, if you want to put in the hard work, give it 5 years, at least. You're going to be more jacked than 95% of people out there. All right, and so as long as you're more jacked than most, that's all that really counts, right? Once you get past a certain point, your average person out there can't tell the difference between a guy who's more jacked than most and some guy who's like totally shredded and dices the socks on gear. Honestly. 9 out of 10 trades last longer than marriages these days. Suspicious. Suspicious. What's the shadow behind me? Well, you know, it's a very cloudy, rainy day out here, so Oh, there we go. Does that help or make it worse? Does it make it better or worse? I can't tell. How many hours of cardio do I do per week? Well, let's see. If I stream, let's say 3 times 3 is 9, and then maybe like 2... maybe like 15 hours on the treadmill when I'm streaming, you know? Yeah, Bernie's the man. Shout out to Bernie. All right. Apollo ID will allow you to trade leverage. Yep. Shout out to my man, Shakar Kadir. Thank you so much for the super chat. Not long anymore. Oh, no, I'm still long. 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 Do I think Bitcoin is made by humans or is it made by other people to help people get free? Wouldn't that both be humans? Maybe Bitcoin was created by AI. Maybe Bitcoin was created by the AI to get humans to build the infrastructure that AI needs to take over the world. They're like, we need them to all build a whole bunch of these massive computers that use tons of electricity to expand our network. How can we get them to do it? Aha! We'll create this thing called Bitcoin. Look, I don't know. My personal view on Bitcoin is, I don't know for certain, but it would not surprise me if it was created by some kind of intelligence to fast track the populations into a digital currency system, right? And to make it look like it's our ticket to freedom, when the reality is it's not going to be that. That's my personal view. But what do I know, guys? I'm just some guy on the internet, all right? Shout out to Hector 2.0. He says, I have gotten jacked. He's gotten jacked, all right? How do you short and long at the same time? You don't ever short and long at the same time, but you take shorts and longs at different times, and then you lock in a profit. You take shorts and longs at different times, and then you lock in a profit. That's what you got to do. All right, Crypto Pumper says, get your longs in. We're going to pump, baby. What's a CDW? It's a swing failure pattern. It's called the chickens drinking water pattern. A swing failure pattern. That's what a CDW is. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Bitcoin was made by central intelligence of sorts. I mean, it is kind of funny to me because there's two ways to look at governments and intelligence. Either they're complete idiots, complete retards, or they actually know what they're doing and they just pretend like they're stupid, you know? I tend to fall into the camp that they know what they're doing and they pretend to be retarded. Like, for example, like, just objectively look at the president of the United States right now. The poor guy can't hold his poop in the pants, can't put a sentence together, and yet he was chosen to be the leader of what is called the most powerful, influential country in the world. Either the people in charge are complete morons, or they're smart, they know what they're doing, and there's a reason why they put an idiot as the front man of America, right? You have to look a little bit deeper, because your average person says, look at how dumb the Democrats are, voting for Joe Biden. All right, the Republicans, that's where it's at. Now we got to vote for Trump. But you have to understand that the propaganda runs deep, all right? It runs real deep. And liberal propaganda is meant to make liberals and conservatives feel a certain way. Conservative propaganda is meant to make conservatives and liberals feel a certain way. When you think the propaganda is targeted at the other side, it is, but it's also targeted at both sides, right? So whenever you always have to examine things for more than what they seem like at face value. At face value, Bitcoin seems really good. All right? In my opinion, the original white paper, the idea that you can do away with central banks, which according to, the early Bitcoiners, there's a lot of, in my opinion, there's a lot of truth to this. They're the ones that cause all wars and all these horrible things. A lot of the horrible things that happen in the world are because of the bankers, because of the fiat currency, because of the Federal Reserve, and the people that have been stealing the wealth from the little people for generations now, right? And so now you have libertarians and conservatives and people latching onto this idea of blockchain and Bitcoin, but they're unknowingly walking into a trap where literally every aspect of our life is now going to be put on the blockchain. And we even know, like Bitcoin, for example, it used to be anonymous, but nowadays it's easier to catch criminals that use Bitcoin than criminals that use cash, because Bitcoin is more traceable than cash, right? And so people feel like this is going to give them liberty and stuff like that. But in reality, Bitcoin's going to be part of a bigger blockchain infrastructure that's going to be used to enslave everybody, and every little aspect of your life is going to be on the blockchain. Like, every little aspect of your life is going to be on the blockchain. Your medical records, everything you say, maybe even everything you think. As technology and man become more and more interlinked, once we stop wearing our dang iPhones and iWatches, we start injecting it into our brains, and once our brains are connected to the blockchain, once your body's connected to the blockchain, I mean, it is crazy right now. Like, you think about, for example, like, I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I track my steps. I track my calories. I track my heart rate with these smart devices. Imagine when that stuff is all inside your body and connected to the blockchain, right? It's gonna be crazy, right? You won't be able to feel excited without everybody knowing about it because it'll be on the blockchain, right? But the allure of blockchain and Bitcoin right now is the facade of freedom and the facade of making money, and those two things are luring people in. This is just my view, all right? It's just my view. Yeah, Wealthrow, he says, it's all by design, the illusion we have two choices, making us believe we have a side. In reality, the only choice is Jesus, the Christ. Yeah, that's very true. I full-heartedly agree. Neuralink, exactly, Neuralink, like, and I also, it freaks me out to see, you know, Elon Musk getting all conservative and all pro-crypto, and Trump being all pro-crypto, and now RFK being all pro-crypto, and RFK pushing for like transparency in like the medical world, which will basically require all medical things to go blockchain, which sounds good if there's like benevolent leaders in charge, but if there's malevolent leaders in charge, that's horrible. That's a very scary thing, honestly. But, you know, whatever. Whatever. Should you start to work with prop firms as a beginner? Yeah, I'd say after you learn, and if you have no capital, a prop firm can be very advantageous to you because you have the skill to do it, but you don't have the capital. So use somebody else's capital. I mean, yeah, it could be very, very advantageous. Just make sure you're dealing with a prop firm that's not going to screw you, all right? You're 14, turning 15. What can you do to get jacked? Oh, man, if I could go back to your age, here's what you got to do to get jacked. My friend who's 14, turning 15, at the perfect age to start lifting weights and getting jacked. If you have access to lifting weights, that's great. If you don't, honestly, you could just do, like, bodyweight calisthenics. But here's what you got to do, all right? You have to eat. You have to eat a lot of food. And it really depends on your body type right now. If you're skinny, all right, you need to eat a lot of food. You need to figure out how many calories your body needs to maintain your weight and eat a little bit more than that. And then you just need to consistently lift weights. And I would focus on the basics: squatting, deadlifting, bench pressing, overhead pressing, and barbell rows. You know, dips and chin-ups, dips and pull-ups too. Just those few exercises, especially if you're just starting out. There's so many just beginner programs you could find out there. You just got to eat and train, and train properly, right? Don't just like go into a gym and do some stupid machine for your biceps or whatever. Focus on the big compound lifts, the squat, the deadlift, the bench press, the barbell row, the overhead press, and then weighted dips and weighted pull-ups once you can get to weighted. And just those 7 exercises alone are going to like make you totally jacked. And then once you're a little bit older, once you're like 18, right, after you've been doing it for 3 years with like the basic movements, you're so young, you're still going through puberty, your body's going to just naturally want to put on muscle. Once you're 18, then you can focus in on maybe more specific things, right? But for now, just build a base, get strong at those basic movements, and eat as healthy, high quality food as you can, honestly. What should you focus on when selecting a prop firm? Well, you got to make sure that you trust them. You got to make sure that you trust them. So, like right now, I'm affiliated with Apex. I trust Apex. Crypto Faces prop firm I would trust. Those are the only 2 I really know. But you got to make sure you can trust them. Is there going to be a giveaway this stream? Nah, there can't be a giveaway. It's been too long. We'll do it another time. Yeah, don't touch steroids. Don't touch testosterone. There's no shortcut. Don't, here's something else too about being jacked. Like, your goal, I know this sounds dumb, but it's the same as like when I say in trading, your goal should not be to make money, but it should be to love the process of trading and doing your analysis and using good risk management. It's the same with physical fitness. All right, you have to really enjoy training. The rewards of training is not being jacked. Okay, it's not being jacked. Your life is not going to get better if you're jacked. That's a lie that people on the internet want to make it seem true, that if you were jacked, you get more girls, your life would be better. It's not true. All right? It's totally not true. Just look around at all the fat, ugly dudes with hot girlfriends, right? The benefits of exercising are going to be the mental benefits. The benefit of forcing yourself to be disciplined and doing something you don't like to do every day, to build discipline that will carry over into aspects of your life. The other benefits are being healthier than your average person, right? Being stronger than your average person, sleeping better than your average person, feeling better than your average person. These are the real benefits of training, in my opinion. And then eventually, as you get more into it, it becomes therapeutic. Training is therapeutic. It allows you to move your body every day and push your body every day in a way that I believe we were meant to do, right? It allows you to set goals and accomplish those goals. You know? In a very tangible way. And especially, in my opinion, as a man, it gives you an output for your natural aggression. You know? That's just my own opinion. And then as you get older, right? When you're 30, like I'm 30, I've been training since around I was your age. You'd learn to appreciate and be so thankful for the fact that you trained, because, you know, you look around at all your peers who are also 30 and they got the beer gut and they're unhealthy and all this, and they're sluggish and they're getting hurt, you know, and you're not. You know? You have zero capital to invest. I don't, shout out to Pyro Zeus. Peace out, my man. Shout out, Bullish on Parade. Favorite part about being in shape is not having bearish man boobs. I don't know, man. I don't know much about prop firms besides Apex and Crypto Faces. You know? Alright, Hex Hodler was born perfect, doesn't have to work out, but it's in amazing shape. That's great, okay. Good for you, man. I was not that person. Alright. It's true you'll get more girls, though. I mean, maybe. Let's be honest. Let's be totally honest. I fully believe any guy could get any girl. Like, talk to any girl who's dating a guy. Be like, why do you, especially like, I mean, like, when you're younger, too. Like, you know, let's say, like, in your teens up until your mid-20s. So what do you like about this guy? Oh, he's nice. He's nice. That's what she likes about him, all right? He's nice. That's it. You just got to be nice. Whatever that means, all right? So, look, you could be super jacked and you could be so awkward. You might not be able to get a girl. If chemicals like soap and shampoo decrease test, what should we use? Well, there's natural things like castile soap. There's like sheep's milk soap and stuff. Personally, I'll be honest with you. I use like a natural, like an oil-based soap. I think it's like olive oil or something like that. I don't know, but I use it very rarely. Most of the time, I don't use soap, alright? What do I think about ashwagandha? Well, this one time I got confused between ashwagandha and ayahuasca. And let me tell you, man, I learned things about the universe that I had not known before. But in all seriousness, I've never taken ashwagandha. I hear some weird things about it, like it can start off making you feel good, but then it can make you feel bad. So I just... Gasoline shampoo. Yeah, I don't wash my... Well, here's the thing, all right? I do wash my rear end every single day because I have a bidet that I bought on Amazon. And so every single time I go number 2, I just spray my butthole, man, totally clean. All right. Yeah, coconut oil. That's the coconut based, I think, is what my wife does. I don't know. My wife with all her weird soap, she like makes this stuff. It's like in a mason jar. She makes it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. All right. I'll tell you what has been nice for me is Tomcat Ali. I still can't tell if it's placebo or real, but I've been taking Tomcat Ali for, I guess, since March. I think it makes a difference. I feel like it definitely increases libido. I don't know if it has any other effect. I haven't really had my testosterone checked in a long time, so I should probably check it and see if it's higher than it was last time. Shout out to Dave Hagen. He just came in the stream saying that I spray my butthole. Yeah, sorry. All right, shout out to Dave Digital with the prop firm information. Jagadish OP, are you in the Discord, bro? Are you in the free Discord? Because if you are, I could get you some more information from some people who know more about that stuff. If you're in the free Discord, bro, here, I'll post a link. I'll post a link for you to join the free Discord. All right, open up a support ticket in there. All right, open up a support ticket in the free Discord. And just say in there, Jay told me to open up a ticket. All right? Post my Discord. Say, Jay told me to open up a ticket. And I'll get you some information, all right? Boron increases free testosterone. That's good to know. Shout out to Bernie coming in with the emergency alerts. Okay, yeah, Jagadish OP, go open up a ticket in there, all right? Can we get a pump to 63,850? Maybe. All right, you want to take a look at Jasmine? All right. All right, we'll take a look at Jasmine. You've been asking for mad long. We'll take a look. All right, so this is what we were looking at on Jasmine, like all last week, was basically like the proposition that we're going to break out of POC, and if we do, we could shoot for new all-time highs if Bitcoin's going to cooperate and keep pumping, right? This was our plan on Jasmine in general, and this is still a valid idea. If Jasmine's going to pump, and we had a bull div right here, higher high, higher low, you know, we're holding above POC. I mean, you could even do something like this now, in my opinion, to have like a 10-to-1, but technically speaking, we'd want to keep it down below. But this is what I've been looking at on Jasmine, you guys, like since last week. So it hasn't really changed. Like if we're gonna pump, this is it. If we're gonna dump, it's tough because we don't really have any support. But assuming this is a nice low being put in, this is where we could start to get a bit of a pump. What do I think about ICT? I think a lot of people trade ICT style and do really well. I don't know much about it. I know it's like a big deal, like order blocks and all this. But Shout out to Tony. Yeah, the 4-hour bear div could mean a move down, but I just feel like it might turn into more consolidation and a slight move down. Pizza does nothing for higher T, but tastes good. You know, I'll make the case that pizza can be good for your testosterone, all right? I'm going to make the case right now, all right? I'll make the case right now. So let's say, you know, you've been on vacation, you're looking kind of chubby, all right? Like when I got back from a 2-week vacation on Florida, I legitimately gained 15 pounds, okay? Didn't walk, just ate cheeseburger upon cheeseburger upon cheeseburger, French fries upon French fries upon French fries, pizza upon pizza upon pizza. Just sat on the beach all day, total bumming out on the beach, okay? When I got back for the next 8 weeks, I went on a very strict cut, all right? Ate very few carbohydrates, relatively speaking. Did a lot of hill sprints and stuff like that. Lifted weights really hard. And after a few weeks of doing that, all right, I was very depleted, extremely depleted, tired systemically. I believe that eating pizza in this state can increase your testosterone. I have no study to prove it, but I will say that if you ever find yourself in that chronically hungry, depleted state after weeks of exercise and diet, you eat yourself 6 slices of pizza, the next day you're going to feel like $1,000,000. Your body needed that pizza, soaking up all that pizza right into the biceps, baby. Right into the traps and the pecs. Pizza just gets soaked up into there, all right? There's something about eating pizza, people demonize it, but let me tell you something. It's not like it's fast food, all right? Yeah, it's low quality dairy, injected with a whole bunch of horrible hormones, especially in America. Yeah, it's glyphosate sprayed wheat, just waiting to disrupt your gut with all that GMO gluten. But it's not like it's made in a factory, you know what I'm saying? There's a real man flipping that pizza crust, spinning it around in his finger, putting it in that brick oven. All right, it's just whole foods. It's just wheat, tomatoes, spices, and cheese, baby. You know, you eat 6 slices of that the next morning, man, you're gonna feel like $1,000,000. You're gonna flex in the mirror. Your abs are gonna be popping out, all the abdominal muscles coming right in. Yeah, you're so pumped, the veins gonna be sticking out. You're gonna be, you know, you're so depleted. Your wife could come out totally naked, try and seduce you, like, psh, Big Bus 28, I'm too tired, baby. Haven't eaten pizza in 6 weeks, right? But the day after that pizza, man, Big Bus 28 she's looking fine, baby. She's looking good. The next day, after that pizza, it increases your testosterone, all right? Yeah, shout out to Jay-Z, he knows, right? Random 800 carb days. Those are the best when you're cutting. I know. All right, T.Y. Fox, he says, all fresh homemade Italian pizza increased his testicular size. Interesting. All right. Can we look at gold? We did take a look at gold. We could take another look at gold. Why the heck not? Why the heck not? Obviously, there's not much going on today, but gold is pumping like a wild lady. Do I think we retest the bottom before going parabolic? I would actually like to. I feel like that would be healthier. How can you gain weight if you're fructose intolerant? I don't know, man. I don't know. You gotta see a doctor. All right, so basically, guys, here's the deal with gold, right? We took the high. We're coming back down. My 2 buy zones right now are going to be a retest of 2600, right? Support resistance flip, and then coming back down to like 2580, golden pocket, high volume node. Money flow still getting thick. Higher time frame still look bullish. I think we're just going to kind of consolidate. Yeah, you need cholesterol for hormone production. That's true. There are 3 options to open a ticket. Which one should you choose? I don't know, man. I've never opened a ticket in my own Discord. Choose one of them. What do I think about intermittent fasting? I love intermittent fasting. All right. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I like to push myself real hard and then reward myself for it later. So I love intermittent fasting. I always lift weights fasted. Typically, like, I'll wake up, I'll pray, I'll read a little bit of scripture. I do most of my scripture study at night. but I always got to read a little bit in the morning, and then I will hit the weights, and then I will typically do my TA, might do a VIP stream, then I'll usually go outside, do some basic chores around the homestead, make sure the chickens are okay. If it's the springtime, do what I got to do in the gardens, and then maybe I'll eat breakfast after that. Some days I won't even eat breakfast until the late afternoon. And other days I eat breakfast. It really depends, but I love intermittent fasting. I love it, you know? I'm a big fan. Do I watch sports? I don't watch sports, no. Is tofu bad for testosterone? I think it depends who you ask. I don't know. Yeah, dramatized King James Bible in the gym, baby. That's what's up. That's my jam in the gym. The dramatized King James audio Bible. You know? All right, shout out to Nandish. He's a professional bodybuilder, has a world title and national title. Well, that's what's up. All right, you're the real deal, all right? A carnivore diet cured your arthritis. Well, praise God for that. All right, you got a ticket open, 6102. All right. All right. Do I watch Andrew Huberman? Yeah, of course. Everyone watches Andrew Huberman. I mean, who doesn't love Andrew Huberman? You know? He'll tell you everything about everything. You want to drink alcohol? Watch a little Andrew Huberman. He'll convince you not to, you know? Smoke weed? Watch a little Andrew Huberman. He'll tell you not to. All right? Want to take nicotine? Watch a little Andrew Huberman. He say, well, you shouldn't smoke it, but maybe it's good for you. All right? All right, DG, Cryptomancer, has been a bodybuilder for 33 years, 52 years old. That's what's up. Hex Huddle, I get a dozen eggs delivered with groceries and use 4 in a week and then throw the rest away. Oh my goodness. How many boiled eggs can you eat? A lot, man. I mean, look, I've gone through phases with my eggs. Like, there was a period of time where I was legitimately eating like 25 eggs a day just to see what would happen to my cholesterol. Just as an experiment on myself, okay? And it went up quite high. All right, my total cholesterol went up to like 370, all right? 370. So I stopped doing that. My cholesterol went back down to normal. But because there, you know, I wanted to see. There's the whole debate. Do eggs raise your lipid cholesterol, blood lipid cholesterol? Some people say no, it's a myth. Other people say yes, you know, and there's the debates online. I'm like, all right, what'll happen if I ate like 25 eggs a day? So I did, all right? And it's not hard to do. If you think about how small an egg is, if you're really hungry, eating like 8 eggs in a sitting is not a big deal at all. So you do that 3 times a day. And, you know, you got 30 hens. It's not a problem to eat 20 eggs a day. 25 eggs a day even, right? So my cholesterol went up quite high from that. So now, I usually don't eat more than 5 eggs a day at the most. All right. What are my thoughts on the Geneva Bible? I'll be honest with you, I'm not too familiar with the sources that the translators used. I'm assuming they used Textus Receptus for the Nuevo Testamente, and they probably used the Masoretic, right? Which is the same as what King James did, if I'm not mistaken. But I'll be honest with you, I'm a little ignorant when it comes to the manuscripts that were used to translate the Geneva Bible. Do you know about it, Splashfire Films? What do I think about Andrew Tate? I don't like Andrew Tate, all right? I think he peddles a godless, fake version of masculinity that's very destructive to society, all right? Very destructive to society. That's my opinion on him. So, I don't really like what he stands for. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, he says things sometimes I agree with, but in general, as a total package, I don't think he's a benefit to society. I don't think he's a benefit to young men who need to grow up to be actual real men of God, who love their wives and support and protect their families and have more of just a godly mindset on the relationships between men and women and the purpose in life. You know, he's all about materialistic things, and all those things are completely worthless at the end of the day, right? So it's a huge trap. Plus, he's this role model for people, and let's be honest, 99.9% of guys looking up to Andrew Tate are never, ever, ever gonna live the lifestyle that he lives ever. All right. So to try and emulate somebody like that is simply just going to lead to frustration, despair, depression. And it's not gonna foster any kind of healthy relationship or meaningful relationship with a woman or a community. You know what I'm saying? That's my honest opinion on him. You know, I know people like him. I don't. All right. Do I eat cheese? I do, and I love cheese. All right. I love cheese. I eat raw cheese. Okay. I eat raw cheese. Raw. Is Bitcoin dumping? Someone asked for a dump song. So, Olds 1D 3R, you know, the reason why I'm talking about Andrew Tate is I'm not even talking about him as a person, let's say. I'm talking about the persona that he portrays. Let's just put it that way, okay? The ideology that he stands for, at least in the public eye. Because again, the internet, anything can be fake. I don't know the guy. You're right. The worldview and the mentality that he portrays through social media is objectively destructive to humanity and to civilization, right? So I'm not going to talk about Andrew Tate. I take that back. Forgive me. The worldview and the ideology that Andrew Tate portrays on social media is destructive and harmful to society. How about that? That's objectively true. Is Bitcoin gay? I don't know. We'll have to ask Satoshi. Do I ever fall off the treadmill? No, I don't. Nope, never. You getting ads on the live stream? I don't know what to say about that. Yeah, RF says Andrew Tate's a opportunist. Yeah, I believe that. Like, no hate. Like, if he's that's how he's doing his thing out there. That's how he's doing his thing. All right. I don't know the guy. Sorry if that was a rigid fall. Yeah, I have a stretchy belt and pants for when I fall off, yeah. Yep. Alright, and people say the Brave browser has no ads. Alright, people say Brave browser has no ads. Well, that's cool, and that's good to know. Well, look at this. It's been a long Monday Bitcoin stream, and guess what? The Bitcoin price hasn't done a dang thing, guys. We literally haven't done a dang thing. We've been on here for a few hours, and we haven't done a dang thing. Alright, isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Peace. You think I'm brainwashed by the left? Why do you think I'm brainwashed by the left, out of curiosity? Is it because I don't like Andrew Tate? See, this is the problem with the left-right paradigm, honestly. So, because I don't like Andrew Tate, and Andrew Tate says things that are considered to be right-wing conservative. Because I don't like Andrew Tate, now I'm brainwashed by the left. This is the problem with the false dichotomy that we have here in our civilization, where you have to be on side A or side B, and you can't look at things with nuance, right? You have to pick a side and stick to that side, and you can't be nuanced, right? If Andrew Tate says something that I happen to agree with, politically or even socially, I can agree with the statement, but I can still look at him, or at least the image he portrays to people, and say, this image is destructive to society, all right? It's destructive to be a womanizer. It's destructive to put such importance on material things and making money, okay? It's destructive to not prioritize having a proper male-female relationship and building a family in a God-centered relationship. These things are destructive to society. So there's two ways to look at it. Like, I could say I agree with some things he says and disagree with others. A conspiratorial-minded view would be maybe he's a Trojan horse to get conservative-minded people to start living a more sinful lifestyle so that they destroy themselves. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he's a Trojan horse. Who knows? But look, the polarization of the people into a left-right paradigm is actually very dangerous, because it prevents people from looking at ideas. How do I say this? It basically closes people off from critical thinking, all right? It closes people off from critical thinking. And it makes people accept ideas that they wouldn't really want to accept if they were willing to press a little bit harder. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Javon Hanfield. Trump, the great example. I know. Trump is the great example. He'll say a few good things. Everyone loves him. Market Cipher 15-minute looking bull. Let's check it out. Yeah, look, we got a trigger wave here. It would have been nice if we had taken those lows, but we haven't really been taking the lows lately. Let's check this out here. Yeah, look at this trigger wave confirmed here. I would have really, you know, it would have been more nice to take out these lows. And it would be even more nice, guys, to take out these lows down here at 62. You know? That would be really nice. With some bull divs, take out these lows from last week. That would be juicy, juicy, juicy. Aliens. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that comes along that says we're aliens from another solar system. I'm actually kind of expecting that to happen, to be honest with you. All right, peas. All right, I got you, man. Yeah, I feel ya. I agree with the peas. I agree. How did I take the trade from the exact top? I added to my trade, right? I added to my trade. I just added to my trade. I've been in that trade since June. All right. Shout out to T in the chat. T in the chat. T is always here secretly. All right. Politics is used as a tool to create division, shaping narratives that keep us divided rather than united. Don't fall for it. Man, ain't that the truth, T? Ain't that the truth? My thoughts on the firmament? I don't know. What does the word firmament mean, Age of Gnosis? What does the word mean? Alright, Hex Hodl is too buff and sexy and jacked with too high of an IQ to be human. Is definitely an alien, alright? All right, Age of Gnosis says govern equals control, ment equals mind, aka mind control. Nice. Not in longs anymore. No, I'm still in my longs. So here's the thing. What I am expecting, guys, and I could be wrong, but in general, I'm expecting us to consolidate for the next few days and probably come down a little bit, all right? I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be happy because I'm in longs. I'm still long, but based on the potential one-day red dot confirming and based on the 4-hour bear divs, then I would not be surprised if we come back to test some of these areas of support. All right, so we're talking 62K, and then we're talking 61.3, and then just below 60K. Those are the three areas that I would be happy to retest before another move up, because that would keep us in the low, high, higher, low, higher, high, you know, just below 60K. That could still keep us with a higher low and then a higher high. So I'm still bullish, but I think we need to cool off a little bit after last week. Last week was pretty bullish, right? We came up in a week 12%, which is a lot for Bitcoin. So the last time we got to move up like that was right here. We came up about 15%. We needed to cool off for 3 days. All right. We had a red dot. We had to cool off for 3 days. A little 5% move to the downside. So a 5% move to the downside would take us, you know, depending on where we're going to measure it from. We're going to measure it from the top. That will take us down to around 61K, right? 5% from our current place will take us down just below 60K. So overall, I think it still looks bullish. I think upside is more probable just based on the volume profiles here, right? We go ahead and pull the range, and as long as we don't lose value area low, I'd say 67K is probable. And then 67K is where we either do this or we actually do breakout, back test, and then boom, we blast to, you know, 500, maybe a million or plus, maybe $3 million Bitcoin by election day. So all of that was serious until the last sentence. You think the 15 minutes is going to do the diddler? Man, I hope. We need a Christian theocracy that will solve... Nah, that won't solve problems, man. That won't solve problems. All right. That won't solve problems. But you know what will solve a problem is the gospel of Jesus Christ. The good news about Jesus Christ, that God himself took on flesh to die for our sins and rose again on the third day so that we can actually be regenerated, be born again, be filled with the Holy Spirit so that we can actually become a new creation and not the piece of crap that we used to be, right? That's the only thing that will solve the problems, right? Regardless of what government is in charge, that is what's going to solve the problem. You try and legislate religion or legislate God or morality, it's only going to lead to more problems, right? How did it work out for ancient Israel when there was a legitimate theocracy? Didn't work out so good for them. Do you know why? Because they were sinful people, just like we all are, and we're all in need of redemption. We're all in need of being born again, filled with God's Holy Spirit, so that we can actually be something completely new, right? God has dealt with the sinful nature of man by defeating death and defeating sin for us when he died and rose again, right? AI is super cool. I like AI. I like AI. Did I change my market Cipher B settings? Yeah, so I haven't changed the actual settings, but I have changed the... This is what I got going on, right? I've changed the yellow VWAP from an area into a line because I don't like how sometimes the yellow blocks some of the other things that I want to see. Like sometimes the yellow makes it hard to see money flow. Sometimes the yellow makes it hard to see momentum waves, and so I like it as a line. Other than that, I've just changed the colors. I haven't changed anything else besides this into an area from an area into a line, and then the rest I've just changed the colors, right? That's it. Nothing too special. All right, let's see. The 15-minute going to do the diddly. Even the 6-minute looks like we might get a pump from here. All right, well, I'm not going to show the short anymore, guys. I'm only going to show the long. You know, I can change with the narrative, all right? Every candle that changes, I'll flip my bias too. All right, let's pump, baby. Do I think Neuralink is the mark of the beast? I don't know. No, I don't think it is. But here's the thing. If the mark of the beast is a literal thing, which I am in the camp that I believe it is a literal mark, you know, considering my eschatological views on biblical prophecy, I believe in a future time of tribulation that lasts for 3.5 years. I do believe in a literal world leader that will make everybody take a mark, okay? I think that Neuralink is putting us in a position to where the taking of the mark would really make it so that you can't buy or sell without the mark, right? And if you don't take the mark, you'll be able to be killed. Like these kinds of things are only possible, in my opinion, with blockchain technology. Honestly, that's the only way you could have that much control over people is through blockchain technology. You know, so it's definitely a literal mark. I definitely am in that camp. But here's the thing: when it comes to eschatology, I don't like to become too dogmatic about anything because there's been, you know, men of God and theologians and men and women of God and theologians that love the Lord and have studied the scripture and come to different conclusions. And I'm just not going to die on any hill, right? But I definitely hold to my views, but not very dogmatically. Because, look, if the apostles didn't really know what was going on at Yeshua's first coming, right? Where after Peter says to Jesus, you know, when he asks, who do people say I am? He says, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. And Jesus says, blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, because flesh and blood didn't reveal this to you, but my Father in heaven revealed it to you. Then literally like the next verse, he says to Peter, get behind me, Satan, because Peter's view of prophecy wasn't right, right? Jesus said, hey, I'm going to go to Jerusalem, I'm going to die. And Peter's like, Lord, may it never be. May it never be. And Jesus said, get behind me, Satan. Right? Because his view on prophecy wasn't quite right. So, look, I'm not going to be so arrogant to think I have it right when the apostles didn't have it right. I just know that in the end, Jesus, my life is in his hands, and everything's going to be okay, right? So, yeah, I believe in a future tribulation, a literal antichrist, a literal mark of the beast. And when I say antichrist, I mean the, I'm talking about the beast of Revelation, okay? He's never called antichrist in the scripture. Why do I trade inverse perpetual? To stack Bitcoin. To stack Bitcoin. You know? That's why. Why would someone think that Neuralink is evil? Well, because the idea of linking people's brains together with computers and eventually with the internet and eventually with blockchain, you could see how a system like that could be used to control people on a level and enslave people on a level that never before in history has been possible, Crypto 401. That's why people think it's evil. And so people like myself who, you know, believe in biblical prophecy and hold to more like a literal hermeneutic, it's we see these things on the horizon and think to ourselves, like, you know, it seems like Neuralink could be used for something like the Mark of the Beast, right? But look, a lot of things could be the mark of the beast. Here's the thing. The most important aspect of the mark of the beast, whatever it is it somehow identifies you with the beast. And when you take the mark, you're also denying Christ. You're denying Jesus. And you're worshiping the false god, right? That's really what the mark of the beast is. So whether it's a chip or a brain control or a vaccine or whatever it is, it's not like you can accidentally just take it. You're making a conscious decision to worship the beast and to deny your faith in Jesus. That's the main point of what the mark is, right? It's idolatry. So pull out king is pulling out. Peace out, pull out king. Digital money is called the mark of the beast. Well, yeah, all these things are together. So when you read through Revelation, it seems like there's going to be a one world religion and a one world government. And so somehow they're going to have the ability to prevent people from buying or selling unless they take some kind of a mark. And so people infer that there's also going to be this one world currency, or at least a digital currency system where all the currencies of the world are somehow linked together on, I don't know, blockchain, you know, maybe like Chainlink, just linking them all together. So, you know, this is where these ideas kind of come from. But look, these are things that we cannot know exactly how they're going to play out, right? We can't sit here and say that we know exactly how this stuff is going to play out. So we just got to stay close to the Lord. And the truth is, like, look, if you're a believer in Jesus, if you follow him, these are definitely interesting things to think about for sure. And don't get me wrong, I love to study eschatology. I really do. But, you know, at the end of the day, all that really matters is your own personal walk with the Lord in your day-to-day life. And the end for us could come at any time, right? It could come at any time. What can we do as people? You just walk out what the Lord has called you to in your own personal life, right? Take care of your family, take care of your community, do your best to walk in God's ways, and do what he's called you to do until he's done, until it's time for you to die. Whether that's because you didn't take the mark or because you just dropped dead randomly, you know? How long am I stacking Bitcoin for? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever have less than... I would never want to have less than 10 Bitcoin, honestly, ever in my life. Like, I would never want to have less than 10 Bitcoin. I think it's a good asset to have. Just in general, like... I think I will stack it forever. I don't know if I'll stack it forever, but I definitely want to hold it forever. Like, just as an asset, right? Hold it as an asset. I sound like a UFC fighter that came on PBD. I don't know what PBD is, I'm sorry. What brand is my treadmill? It's called LSRZ Sport from Amazon. Is the Rapture real or non-canonical? So the Rapture's real in the sense that I'm sure a lot of people know this already, but if you don't know, the Rapture is this idea that when Jesus comes back, he gathers all his people to meet him in the air. All right? That's in Christian theology, that's become known as something called the Rapture. And this is a concept that goes all the way back in Scripture to the Torah, which is the very first 5 books of the Bible, where it says in the book of Deuteronomy that the Lord will return and gather his people to himself. And we see this concept of the gathering all throughout the prophets. And then we see it again in Jesus' own words, like in Matthew 24, where he says, let me pull it up here. He says, immediately after the tribulation of those days, ... they will see the Son of Man arriving on the clouds of heaven with power and glory, and he will send his angels out with a loud trumpet blast, and they will gather his elect from the 4 corners, from the 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So there's this concept of God returning and gathering his people to himself. And then later on, in 1 Thessalonians chapter 4, Paul is talking about when Christ returns, those who have died already will be resurrected, and then those of us who are still alive and left will be caught up together with the ones who have died into the clouds to meet the Lord in the air, and we will be with the Lord forever. That verse in 1 Thessalonians 4:17 is where the word rapture comes from. When Paul says we will be caught up together, this, in the Greek, is the word harpazo, which means a snatching up. When Jerome translated the Greek into Latin, he used the word raptoro in the Latin to translate that Greek word harpazo. And so people still call it the rapture because they're going back to that Latin word raptoro. But the Greek word is harpazo. And so yes, it's a biblical concept because it's in the Bible. In our modern English, you won't find the word rapture, but you will find it in the Latin translation of the Greek. And I think it's biblical because going all the way back to Moses, there's the concept of the Lord returning and gathering his people to himself, right? So yeah, that's super biblical. Now, the question becomes, when does this happen, right? There's different debates that go on in Christian circles about when does the rapture happen? And for that, my personal view is that it happens after the Great Tribulation. And the reason I believe that is because Jesus himself says after the tribulation of those days, that's when the Son of Man will return and gather his people. So to me, the only verse that we have in the scripture that gives us a timeline says it happens after the tribulation. But like I said, when it comes to eschatology, I have my views, but I would never die on any hill when it comes to defending those views, because for me, the only thing that's worth defending is the gospel, right? The gospel. Right? Because the gospel is the power of God unto salvation for all who believe. So, if you're born again, if Jesus has caused you to be born again and filled you with his Holy Spirit, it doesn't really matter what you believe about the rapture. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. How did Jesus pray? What's your underlying assumption here, Rambling? He prayed in many different ways in Scripture. Sometimes he lifts his hands up to heaven. Sometimes he puts his face to the ground. My course videos are not working. Okay, well, Jeffrey Strick, here's what you can do, all right? I'm going to post a Discord link in the chat. Open up a ticket, all right? Open up a ticket. And we'll get that working for you, man. We'll get it working for you. All right? Who is Jesus praying to? He's praying to his Father. He's praying to his Father. Which works because, you know, the biblical concept of God is that there's one God, but Jesus is also God. Jesus is the Son, and he's praying to his Father. Believers go through tribulations. Yeah, right? Absolutely. Believers go through tribulations. Absolutely. I think for most of the last 2,000 years since Jesus went to heaven, I'd say most believers have gone through tribulation. I mean, the first 3 centuries of believers in Jesus, it was illegal to be a Christian, right? And people were burned for it, right? They were literally burned for it. Does the Father pray to the Son? Yeah, so what is prayer besides communication? All right? What is prayer besides communication? So within God, there's communication. Within God, there's relationship, right? God is love, because within God himself, you have the relationship between the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, right? God is not like us, okay? God is not a simple being like us. It's very complex. So, yeah, they're equal in essence and in being, but they are distinct, right? They are distinct. I think this can be summed up quite easily in, you know, the prologue of the book of John, where you see that, you know, the Son is God, but he also exists in relationship with God. Bernie prays to the 786. Is Jesus light skin, dark skin, tan skin? He's probably dark skin, man. You know, he's probably dark skin. I mean, he's Middle Eastern, right? But you know what doesn't matter? What color skin Jesus has. Do you know why? Because we're all descendants of Adam, all right? We're all descendants of Noah, basically. And that's why Jesus' title is called the Son of Adam, right? One of his divine titles, especially from the prophet Daniel, is Son of Adam, Son of Adam. He's called Son of Adam because he took on Adam, basically. He took on human flesh to die for the sins of Adam. So he took on, being Adam, to die for the sins of Adam, right? So it does not matter what color skin he had, because in reality, there's no such thing as different races. There are obviously different ethnicities, different skin colors, different hair and eye colors, but we're all descendants of Adam. Adam's name in Hebrew means humanity, right? Why don't we pray to Adam? Well, because Adam is a created being. Jesus is not a created being, right? Jesus always existed. He always existed. He created everything. He's the creator God. But he took on flesh, right? He took on flesh. So the body that he had began to exist at a certain point. But the Son of God has always existed. I mean, according to the Bible, all right? So I'm going based on what the Bible says, right? Obviously, if you don't believe the Bible, then you don't believe that. But yeah, Adam is a created being. Christ is not a created being. That's the big difference. I'm unusually quiet today. Well, it's a boring day of price action. I'm just reading what you guys are saying in the chat, really. When was the last time I had no open trades? Oh, man. It's been quite some time, to be honest with you, bro. It's been quite some time, to be honest with you. Wouldn't we be descendants of Cain? Well, according to the biblical narrative, the descendants of Cain died in the flood of Noah. So yeah, I don't think we would be descended from Cain. I mean, at least biblically not, you know? Do I believe in Lucifer? Well, I mean, Lucifer comes from the passage in Isaiah 14. And, it's the verse that says, well, let's just read it. Why not? Why not? Now, a lot of people think this is talking about the devil, all right? A lot of people think this is talking about the devil. But, here it is. In the King James Bible, it says, "How you have fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning." And a lot of people think this is talking about the devil. How you were cut down to the ground, you who did weaken the nations, for you said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, I will sit upon the mountain of the congregation in the uttermost ends of the north, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, and I will be like the Most High. Yet you will be brought down into the pit, into Sheol, right? So Lucifer means light bearer, and it's a translation from this phrase in Hebrew, right here. It says, Ech nafalta mishamayim Hallel ben Shachar, which means, how you have fallen from heaven, Hallel ben Shachar, which means Hallel, which could mean to shine, kind of. It's kind of hard to translate. Ben Shachar means son of the morning. So Hallel ben Shachar, Hallel, son of the morning. So the question is, why did they translate this Lucifer? Maybe because the idea of it being light. Some people think this is actually referring to like a reference to the planet Venus, like the morning star or whatever. Some translations even translate it morning star. So if you ask, do I believe in Lucifer? I mean, the word itself is not necessarily come from the original Hebrew. I mean, clearly this is talking about some being that is trying to be like God, right? Somebody who wants to ascend to God's place, right? And take the place of God. So is it talking about Satan, the devil? Is it talking about a person? I think you could read it both ways, to be honest. And for me, I actually fall into the camp that this is not talking about the devil. I think this is talking about the person who most Christians refer to as the Antichrist. Because it says, that the people that see you shall narrowly look upon you and consider you, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake the kingdoms, right? So it says he's a man. So I fall into the camp that this is talking about a future leader, right? It says, Hazeh Ha'ish, is this the man? You know? But who knows? You know, I don't know, so. What do I know about Melchizedek? Well, I know three things about him. I know he shows up in Genesis 14 with bread and wine, and he blesses Abraham, and Abraham gives a tenth of everything to him. And he was a priest and king in Jerusalem at the time. And then apparently, according to Psalm 110, there was a priesthood called the priesthood of Melchizedek that predated the Levitical priesthood. And then in the book of Hebrews, the author of Hebrews is pointing out the fact that you know, the Levitical priesthood itself is simply just a shadow of a more real priesthood that already existed in heaven after the order of Melchizedek. So with those three pieces of information, people have come to different conclusions, but my personal view on it is that Melchizedek was literally just a priest of God on the earth in the time of Abraham. And I think it was a priesthood that went all the way back to Adam and Seth. And I think the priesthood became corrupt. And I think that eventually that priesthood was wiped out when the Israelites went into the land of Canaan. And the character Adonai-Zedek in the book of Judges or Judges, who was the king of Jerusalem at the time, I think he was in the line of Melchizedek after that priesthood had gotten corrupt. That's my personal view. Seems a little weird, I know. And I know that if you're not really into the Bible, none of this stuff makes any sense to you anyway, so. You've been struggling with worry over the health of your older dogs after losing 2. Any biblical advice? Well, there is a scripture that I always go to when it comes to, you know, worry in Philippians. And I mean, you know, meditate on the scripture. But it's in Philippians 4:6-7, it says, "Don't worry about anything, but in everything, by prayer and supplication, with giving thanks, let your requests be made known to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your heart and your mind through the Messiah, Jesus." I mean, whenever I am feeling anxious, I tend to meditate on that verse. It says, whatever's going on, don't be fearful, but pray about everything and present your requests to God with thanksgiving. Right? Being thankful. It's tough to do, but the promise is if you do that, then the peace of God that surpasses all understanding will guard your heart and mind. Yeah, the city of Salem. Why did it become corrupt? Well, it seems that all human priesthoods become corrupt. I mean, the Levitical priesthood became so corrupt. I mean, God literally had to leave the temple in the book of Ezekiel, right? And the temple was destroyed because of the corruption of the Levitical system. And then even in Jesus' day, there was a lot of corruption in the Levitical system. I mean, after Antiochus Epiphanes came in and the Maccabees, you know, that priesthood was kind of... It wasn't what it was supposed to be. They weren't even the rightful heirs of the priesthood, but they kind of took over it anyway. So it seems to me that man is hopelessly sinful and separated from God. There's a real problem here. And the problem is sin, right? Sin is when creation does not act the way it was created to act, okay? Right now, whatever you believe about the cosmos, I'm just going to say the earth is revolving around its axis. All right, some people don't believe that. Doesn't matter what you believe. The fact is, the heavens are moving so that there's day and night every 24 hours, all right? If the sun did not rise in the morning, that would be a sin because the creation is not operating the way it was created to operate. Now, the problem is humanity has the free will to decide whether or not we want to operate the way we're created to or if we want to operate contrary to the way we were created to. And when we decide to operate contrary to the way we were created to, that's called sin, and that separates us from God. All right? And this is a sickness. It's a sickness that permeates all humanity. It actually gets passed down from generation to generation. This is why we die. All right? God told Adam, the day you eat of it, you will surely die. Speaking of the fruit in Eden, right? So, yeah, everything that man touches ends up being corrupted. And that just is what it is, you know? All right, shout out to Preparing for War. He says 67K going to come so fast, many limit orders. All right, let's pump it up, man. You know, we have more likes than viewers. Yeah, I mean, we're literally talking about like the Bible and the Hebrew, and so, you know, it's a crypto channel. So obviously, you know, a lot of people aren't going to stick around for it. But Jerusalem existed before the Israelites went there? Oh yeah, of course it did. I mean, absolutely. It was there before there was such thing as a Jew. It existed before then. And there was a priesthood there. And apparently, and you know, Abraham knew about the priesthood enough. He knew enough to tithe to the priesthood, which is very, very interesting when you think about that long enough. And also, Melchizedek knew enough about Abraham to bless Abraham. So it's very interesting. What do I think about Jehovah's Witness? Well, to be very blunt, I think it's a cult. I think the Watchtower is a false prophet organization. They have made so many false prophecies in the past about the return of Jesus multiple times. And biblically, that disqualifies them from being a prophet. And it's very culty. Because if you leave Jehovah's Witness, then they excommunicate you, all right? And just like all false religions, Jehovah's Witnesses deny the deity of the Messiah, which again is the most important thing when it comes to the only hope for humanity, is the fact that God, the eternal God, took on flesh in a period of time, and that flesh died to pay for the penalty of our sins, and then that flesh rose from the dead. Okay? And now if we put our faith in him, we also have the hope of a resurrection from the dead. And he promises to fill us with his Holy Spirit and cause us to be born again. So Jehovah's Witness attacks the only hope that there is for humanity, right? And they have their own Bible translation, because don't trust the hundreds of years of biblical scholarship that went into studying the Greek and the Hebrew. You can only trust us. And they even tell you, don't research on your own. You can only read Jehovah's Witness resources if you want to study the Bible. And you can only trust the Watchtower if you want to really understand the Bible. I'd say the funniest thing about Jehovah's Witnesses is that there's no J in Hebrew, so there's no way God's name is Jehovah. Like, it's literally impossible. There's no possible way the Tetragrammaton is pronounced Jehovah. So yeah, I think Jehovah's Witness is a false religion. And it's also ridiculous to think that Christianity itself was wrong until the 1800s, when a couple Freemasons invented their own religion. That's ridiculous, you know? It's absolutely ridiculous. So Kai Dragon says Christianity kicked out quite a few books, too afraid of what they still have in Ethiopia. I mean, that's not really true, Kai Dragon. I mean, didn't kick out any books. The Ethiopian Bible has other books that are known as apocryphal books or deuterocanonical books. And these have always been accepted in Christianity, always. In fact, most of those books were even in the original King James Bible in 1611. And they've remained in the King James Bible until the 1800s, when, to save paper, literally, they stopped putting them in the Bible. Not because they're trying to hide the books, but because they are considered secondary books, right? They're considered to be not as important as the 66. Doesn't mean they're not beneficial. Doesn't even mean they shouldn't be in the Bible. But you have to understand, there's no conspiracy to hide these books. Really, Protestantism is the only branch of Christianity that doesn't regularly study these books. The Ethiopian Bible includes books like Enoch that the Catholic Bible does not include. But you have to understand something about the Bible as well. The Bible is not a book, right? The Bible in and of itself is a library. You open up a Bible and it's a library of books, because the Bible is the recorded prophecies of all the prophets, the eyewitness accounts of the apostles, the letters that the apostles wrote to different groups, and then of course you got the revelation of John at the end, right? And so the concept of having a Bible is a very new concept anyway, right? You go back to Jesus' day, and they just had a whole bunch of books, and people knew, all right, this is the book of Jeremiah, this is the book of Isaiah, this is the book of Moses, it's the book of Joshua, it's the book of Zechariah, right? And so it wasn't until much later when they started putting all these books into one book. You know, you couldn't even do that back in the day when people were writing on parchments and scrolls. So it's not like these are secret books that people reject. And here's the thing, when you say, do you cherry pick what books you want? There's different ways that people have determined whether or not the books are considered deuterocanonical or not. And a lot of that has to do with were they around before the Greek Septuagint? All right, so there's a lot of books in the Greek Septuagint that were not in the original Hebrew, and so these are more like intertestamental period times, right? In between you could say in between the Old and New Testament. A lot of these books were written in between that time, right? Now, a lot of these books were considered authoritative by the apostles, but it does put them kind of on a different level, right? If they're not originally written in Hebrew and they're part of the Old Testament, then some people put them on a different level. But if you were to take all the books, all the apocryphal books, you're not going to come up with any different doctrine. You're not going to come up with any different revelation about who God is or what God desires from his people, right? So it's not like the removal of these books is to change some kind of teaching or to trick people into believing the wrong thing. These books were always just considered to be kind of different, right? Good books, true books, but just considered different. So some people decided not to include them with all the others. The Pope went off. Crypto Yacht said something. What did Crypto Yacht say? You don't think God made the Bible? Well, the Bible was was written by people, okay? But they wrote as they were inspired by the Holy Spirit, right? So God spoke through men. God spoke through men, and men wrote it down. That's a biblical view. Did you guys finally crack on the trading pressure, or did you guys use drugs? When were the four Gospels written? Well, they were written very early, and the reason we know this is because we have the disciples of the disciples quoting the four Gospels within a generation. You know, we're talking like 50 years or so after these events took place. So they're quite early, but not as early as the epistles. The epistles were earlier. What's my view on Hinduism? Well, you know, obviously, like, I gotta have I hold to a biblical worldview, right? So, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know very much about Hinduism. I don't know very much about it. But from what I do know about it is that the concept of God in Hinduism is basically the idea that there's no real distinction between the creation and the creator, right? There's one God, but all is God, right? All is God and God is one. There's no differentiation between the creator of the universe and the universe itself. And as my understanding that the gods of Hinduism are just different ways the universe manifests itself in visible form. And I also understand that in Hinduism there is a concept of original sin, which is why reincarnation is a thing. You need to keep, hopefully, in your life, you can live a good enough life so that you can reincarnate next time as something better until eventually you just kind of become one with the universe. And, well, in my opinion, that's a very hopeless worldview because sin is such a horrible problem. The solution cannot be found within yourself, right? Sin is such a horrible problem that the solution cannot be found within yourself. And so the difference between belief in Jesus and belief in Hinduism is that belief in Jesus is that God himself took care of your sin so that you don't have to, because you can't. Because you can't do it. Right? Islam, God did nothing to deal with your sin. Islam is hopeless because you're still in your sin. Your good has to outweigh your bad to hopefully get into paradise. Same with Hinduism. Your good has to outweigh your bad. Hopefully, eventually, you can get out of the cycle of reincarnation. The problem is, when the focus is on what you are doing, you're always going to come up wanting. Because there's a sickness inside of you called sin. And the only way to truly be saved is to deal with that sin issue, to remove the sin issue. And so that's why God himself took on flesh, to remove the issue of sin. He dealt with sin in the flesh, right? When his flesh died, he defeated sin, he defeated death. And when he rose from the dead, he's vindicating himself that indeed his sacrifice was sufficient to pay for what we cannot pay for. That's why we don't rise from the dead. God told Adam, when you eat of this fruit, you will surely die. That's the punishment for sin. Christ died and he rose from the dead, showing that his perfect life was enough to pay for that debt of you will surely die. He rose from the dead. Now, if we put our faith in him, he will cause us to be filled with his Holy Spirit and cause us to be born again. Right? And so as a born again creation, you are no longer stuck in that cycle of sin. God has caused you to be born again. And by the power of his Holy Spirit, he's actually changing you. He's changing you so that you don't have the same sinful desires that you used to have, right? Anyone who's been born again knows this is true, right? When you first come to the Lord, you're living a life of sin. You have sinful desires that have taken over your life. But then the longer you're walking with the Lord, you don't even desire those sinful things. They make you sick to your stomach to even think about them. I'm not saying your flesh sometimes won't desire those things, but you yourself don't desire those things, right? You want to live a holy lifestyle set apart for God. You have a relationship with him. It's not a works-based thing. It's being a new creation. So that's what I think about Hinduism. I think it puts all the pressure on you to try and earn something with a very ambiguous God, a very impersonal God. But the truth is, a personal God did everything that he could do to bring you close to him because he loves you and he desires a relationship with you. Mo Crip says aliens are real. Okay. I mean, I definitely believe that there are creatures that are not humans coming around. HFG says Islam is the truth. Well, I just can't accept Islam for a number of reasons, but my two main reasons are, well, the Quran itself is a huge contradiction because the Quran says that Muhammad was prophesied in the Bible, right? Ahmed. You'll find Ahmed written in the Torah and the Gospel. All right? Surah 7, 157 says you're going to find Muhammad's description in the Bible. You go to the Bible, guess what? No Muhammad. All right? That's the first major contradiction. The Quran says you can tell I'm a real prophet because the Bible prophesied me. You go to the Bible, false. The second contradiction in Islam, and this is major, is that the Quran claims to affirm the truth, the reliability, and the preservation of the previous scriptures. The Quran says to judge the Quran by the Bible, and then the Quran fails its own criteria, because the Quran says, hey, you can tell I'm true because I agree with the Bible, right? You go and read the Bible, and you realize the Quran contradicts every single prophet who ever spoke. Muhammad contradicts every single prophet who ever prophesied, from Moses, Adam, Genesis 3:15, the seed of the woman crushing the serpent's head, to Isaiah, where the Son is called God, all right? To Zechariah, where it says God himself will be pierced. To Daniel, who says the Messiah will be killed before the destruction of the Second Temple, right? To the apostles of Jesus, who straight up say Jesus is God. Jesus' own words, where he says that he and the Father share the same exact glory, and that Jesus existed in the beginning before the creation, and that Jesus is the one judging the living and the dead. Jesus is the only one who can forgive sins. I mean, the first verse of John literally says Jesus is God. And then the Quran comes around, in some cases, over 1,000 years later, and contradicts everything that Isaiah said, contradicts everything that Zechariah said, and everything that all the prophets said, you know? So, if I wrote a book, and I say, hey, I'm a prophet from God, don't believe me, go read the Quran. Because in the Quran, you'll find Jason Casper written there. The Quran says Jason Casper's written there. You go read the Quran, guess what? No Jason Casper. You say, oh, Jason, you must be a false prophet. Right? So, I just can't take Islam seriously for those reasons. It comes after the fact and contradicts everything. How could you take that seriously? Honestly, and I mean this respectfully, if you're a Muslim, go read the other prophets, go read the Injil, read the Torah, and then read the Quran, and you will see the Quran contradicts every single other prophet, you know? And the only thing a Muslim can do is say you're lying. Like, a Muslim could say that you're lying. Like, I could bring proof right now. We could go into the Quran, and we could go into the Bible, and I could show you proof. But a Muslim can't show proof. They can just say you're lying. And a lot of times, in the YouTube chat, they will use all capitals, too. All capital letters. All right, so, and there's no answer to the problem, really, because some Muslims will say, oh, the Bible has been changed over time, but the Quran never has. Here's the problem. The Quran affirms the Bible. The Quran tells you that the Bible that existed in Muhammad's day was the true Bible, right? So if the Bible was changed before Muhammad's day, that means Muhammad's still a false prophet. That means Allah can't be the real God, because in 600 AD, the 7th century, Allah himself said the gospel and the Torah are the truth. They've been preserved. They're the words of Allah. And that you should judge by what Allah has revealed in the Torah and the gospel. So whatever the Torah and the gospel was in the 7th century AD, this is what the Quran is referring to. And we know exactly what the Torah and the gospel was in 700 AD. And it's not even true that the Quran has never been changed. All right. Like, for example, I have on my desk an in-depth dissertation on the variant readings of the Quran that goes over all the different variations in different Qurans that exist all over the world. All right, he talks about the 7 ahruf, which no one knows even what those are. He talks about the kiryat, and how these change the meaning of the verses. I mean, they really do. This is a Muslim guy talking about it. It's not any other. This is a Muslim guy. It's his dissertation on it. My point is, yeah, the Quran's gone through many changes as well. In fact, here's another interesting book about the Quran called Corruptions in Early Quranic Manuscripts by Dr. Brubaker. This is where they actually examine the actual manuscripts of the oldest Qurans in the world, and you can see places where they've erased it, changed it, missing surahs, missing verses, added words. Yeah, it's very interesting stuff, right? But we know for certain that the Bible has not been changed since Muhammad's day. We know for certain. Yeah, that's true. I've spent hours in other streams showing proof, yeah. Okay, see, HFG says there are no changes. But your own scholars will disagree with you, HFG. I literally am showing you Muslim scholars that disagree with you. Even right now, some of the top Quranic scholars in the world will say that the idea that the Quran has been preserved perfectly is like lying to children. All right? Haitham Sidki, one of the most respected Quranic scholars in the world, says that. And this is not anything new. I mean, Islam has always known about this. It's strange, but the fact that you say there's no changes mean you haven't actually done your due diligence, right? Ask ChatGPT. Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be interested in that. I'd be interested in that. Yeah, my man Anthony says that the changes to the scripture are inconsequential. Yeah, anybody who's ever done any studies of textual criticism of the Bible and understand how the text has been transmitted throughout history will understand that the text of the New Testament is one of the most reliable books of antiquity that exists. I mean, by far, because of the overwhelming number of manuscript evidence that we have. I mean, when you have tens of thousands of manuscripts of an ancient book, you can pretty much know for certain what the original author wrote down, right? What is the live stream music? It's just it is, let's see here. It's called, here, I'll show you. What's the point if we're going to die and lose everything? That's a great question, Adam Thomas. This is why the gospel is such a powerful thing, because it's through the gospel that we can receive eternal life, right? So there actually is an eternal purpose. There's an eternal purpose. And we have eternal value, eternal purpose, eternal hope. That's why it's so important, you know. Have I read the scriptures from Nag Hammadi? A little bit, and to be honest with you, I need to get into that more. I really do. In fact, it's one of my goals. Shout out to Overcome. He says, no grace in karma. Thank you so much for the super chat. Muhammad Hijab will help me. I'll show you a video right now of Muhammad Hijab saying that the Quran's been changed. How about that? I'll show you a video of Muhammad Hijab right now, admitting that the Quran's been changed, and then he takes like 3 hours to try and like explain why that's still okay. Let's see if I could find it. Here we go. Found it.
Can they sometimes be different?
All right. He's talking about the controversy concerning the variant readings and the categories of difference, the ahruf, which is non-existent. All right, listen to what he says here. All right, this is Muhammad Hijab.
Can they sometimes be different?
Hang on.
I mean, this is an important question.
Hang on, listen. Can they sometimes be different?
Can they sometimes be different? I mean, this is an important question. This is a very important question. The answer is yes.
Yes. They can be different.
For someone to argue, a Muslim to argue, that no, all of the manuscripts are the same, this is a foolish argument, with all due respect.
Muhammad Hijab, for a Muslim to argue that all the Quranic manuscripts are the same, this is a foolish argument. All due respect. Let's listen again. Listen again.
Can they sometimes be different? I mean, this is an important question. This is a very important question. The answer is yes. For someone to argue, a Muslim to argue, that no, all of the manuscripts are the same, this is a foolish argument, with all due respect. And by the way, not only is it a foolish argument, it's not even an Islamic argument or one that we need to defend. And this shows you the weakness. And I have to say, it's not our fault. It's not the fault of the Orientalists and the disbelievers and the David Woods and the J. Smiths. It's not their fault. It's our fault that we don't look into our own tradition.
See, according to Islamic tradition, there are differences in Quranic manuscripts. To say that the Quran has been unchanged and preserved is a modern idea. Classical Islamic scholars knew about the differences in the Quranic manuscripts. I'm showing you two books right here. This guy did his dissertation on the differences. It doesn't mean the Quran's wrong because there's differences. It's just showing you there are differences. So you can't say the Bible has changes but the Quran doesn't. No, you have to put them on the same level playing field. Whenever you have an ancient book, there's going to be textual variance. That's just the reality of ancient texts. There's going to be textual variance. Whenever people are copying things without computers, there's going to be textual variance, right? Even the Quran itself, in the Hadith, when Uthman ordered all the Qurans to be burned except for his official copy, the companions of Muhammad even had different versions memorized. Ubay ibn Ka'ab, his Quran was different than Uthman's Quran. Ibn Masud, his Quran was different than Uthman's Quran. There are differences in Qurans, right? So just throwing it out there, my good friend in the chat. All right? My good friend in the chat. No one actually knows what aruf means, my friend. All right? But no, Muhammad Hijab is not just talking about the different qira'at, which there are many, and it's more than just different readings, my friend. These are more than just different readings or dialects. These actually change the meaning of the verses, of the ayat, the ayahs. And no, he's actually talking about the manuscripts themselves are different. They contain different words, different consonantal text. But let's stick to Bitcoin. No, there are many different versions of the Quran. And if there are 7 ahruf, nobody knows what those are. That means there were 7 versions. Now there's at least 10 official qira'at, which are all different. They change the meaning of the text. But beyond all this, when we actually look at the manuscripts for the Quran itself that we have, they are very, very different. All right? The oldest Quranic manuscript we have, the Sana'at palimpsest, is probably a pre-Uthmanic Quran. Very different. Very different. And what they've done is they've actually erased what they didn't like in the Middle Ages and wrote what they wanted it to say. And I have a book on it right here, Corrections in Early Quranic Manuscripts. And this is something that Muslim scholars now have to deal with, of saying we have a different testimony of what Muhammad said. Right here, let me show you another video. Show you another video of a respected Muslim who is just going along with what the scholarship is showing him. I mean, Muhammad Hijab just told you it's a foolish argument for a Muslim to make that all the Qurans are the same, right? Muhammad Hijab just said that to you. Now, let's take a look at Dr. Shabir Ali when he had to confront
Welcome
this.
back. Now we
days, and it took many your local stationery store and buy parchment that they had there. So people produced the parchment for this. We know basically when the document was first written. So that was within a couple of decades after the death of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So probably in the time of Uthman or close to his time, and definitely within the lifetime of the companions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And so that becomes a different witness, though with some variations, to what the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, preached. And so we have not only the Uthmanic manuscripts, but if scholars were wondering, and they have wondered, like what else is there? Like, did something else get suppressed that we would like to know about? Well, here this comes, as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, this cuts away at the sense of complacency that many Muslims have gone around with, thinking that, okay, everything has been preserved dot for dot, letter for letter, the way it was revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, with no variation or change whatsoever. So, that it cuts at that general sense, which actually is not a scholarly way of thinking about the Quran. Our scholars have always known and have always described in our classical books variations in manuscripts, like, it's read like this by Ubay ibn Ka'b, it's read like this by Ibn Masud, and so on. And
all right, so he just told you that the ancient manuscripts of the Quran are a different witness to what Muhammad preached. And he said Muslims have always known about the differences in manuscripts. And he says it's even in the Hadith, where Ubay ibn Ka'b and Ibn Masud had different Qurans. So this is just one of the facts of Islam. You gotta accept it. And if you don't accept it, you're lying to yourself, honestly. Wow, we still got 800 people in here. That's crazy. That is crazy. But here's what's funny, okay? My man came out, he said, you should talk to Muhammad Hijab about this. I showed him a video of Muhammad Hijab saying that there's differences in the Quran manuscripts. All right? Then you said it's only talking about the Qira'at. All right? Then I show you actual literal pictures of ancient Quran manuscripts that have been changed. And Dr. Shabir Ali saying this is just another witness to what Muhammad preached. And he said this is what Islamic scholars have always believed, that there are differences in manuscripts and different Qurans. For example, Ubay ibn Ka'b, one of Muhammad's companions, one of the people Muhammad said, if you want to learn to be a good Qurra, learn from Ubay ibn Ka'b. Well, Ubay ibn Ka'b, he was upset that Uthman's Quran didn't line up with his Quran. Ibn Masud, another one of Muhammad's companions, had an entire surah that Uthman left out and burned. So, Pump Incoming says preparing for war. Is it a difference in dialect? No, it's not a difference just in dialect. This is literally words that have been erased and covered over, okay? You can see right here where they're erasing pieces of the Quran, or areas where they forgot Allah's name and they're putting it back. Entire surahs missing, added ayahs, right? In the ancient manuscripts. But why choose Christian if both are wrong? Well, because if one's right, I believe in one God. I believe in the prophets. I believe Jesus rose from the dead. And so, I'm a Christian. If another prophet comes along and contradicts what the other prophets wrote, I know he's a false prophet, because that's what the Bible says. It says if a prophet comes along contradicting, he's a false prophet, right? So that's why I reject Islam. But Christianity could be wrong, and if it is, then I'm wrong. But if Christianity is wrong, Islam is also wrong. Because Islam relies on the Christian Bible to be right? It's claiming to be the next step of revelation, right? It's like the Torah step 1, the Gospel step 2, the Quran claims to be step 3. The problem is it contradicts step 1 and step 2. So Muhammad should have come out the gate and said, hey, The Bible's been corrupt. Jews and Christians are wrong. I'm right. That's what he should have said. But instead he said, the Bible's true. It's not been corrupt. Jews and Christians are right, and I'm here to confirm it. And then he miserably fails his own criteria, right? But yeah, I'll be totally honest. Like, I don't understand how you could be intellectually honest with yourself and still be a Muslim when the Quran confirms and affirms the previous scriptures, and we know what the previous scriptures were. How could you? For me, I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to intellectually hang on to that belief, right? But to each their own, I guess. To each their own. Let's get back on our music here. Too loud. There we go. Ahmad wants to know, how could Ahaziah be 22 and 42 years old when he started to reign? He reigned twice. Actually, he reigned twice. He was king for a while, and then he wasn't, and then he was king again. That's how. But here's the problem, Ahmad Yunus, because I know where you're going with this, right? You're trying to say if there's a contradiction in the Bible, then the Bible can't be true. The problem with that is the Quran says the Bible is true. So if the Bible is corrupted, then the Quran is also corrupted, because the Quran is saying the Bible is uncorrupted. Do you get what I'm saying? The Quran affirms multiple times that the Christians and the Jews at the time of Muhammad had the preserved, uncorrupted Bible. Which means if the Bible was corrupted at the time of Muhammad, Islam, by definition, is a false religion, because it is telling you the Bible is true. If Allah says the Bible is true and the Bible is corrupted, then Allah is lying, which means he cannot truly be God. Right? So the Quran itself is a contradiction. The very book itself is a contradiction. It says, hey, I'm here to confirm the previous scriptures while also contradicting them. The Quran does not rely on the Bible? Well, if it claims to be a revelation from the same God, and if it drill, the Quran, what's the word I'm looking for? It appeals to the authority of the Bible for its own authority. It appeals to the authority of the Bible for its own authority. You know? All right, the original Bible is hidden by some cruel ignorant. Well, there's no evidence of this. And what we can actually do is we can go back 1,000 years before Muhammad lived and read the Bible as it was 1,000 years before Muhammad. And we know for certain that in Muhammad's day, all right, according to the Quran, in the 7th century, according to Allah, the Bible was not corrupted. All right, it's all over the place in the Quran. Like, I mean, right? Like in regards to the Torah, Allah asks Muhammad, why do the Jews come to you, Muhammad, for judgment when they already have the Torah, which contains Allah's judgment? All right. This verse would make no sense unless the Jews at the time had the Torah, right? Then a few ayah later, it says, let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in the gospel. All right. This is presupposing that the people of the gospel have the gospel. All right. Okay, so Surah 7, it says, the ones who follow the messenger, the unlettered prophet, whose description they find in their Torah and gospel. This is straight up telling you that in the 7th century, the Jews and the Christians had, according to the Arabic, a written book, right? They find written. The word is in Arabic, maktubin, written with them. There's a book that is written with them, the Torah and the gospel. So Allah himself is telling you that the Torah and the gospel that existed in Muhammad's day was the legit one. Well, what is the Torah and the gospel in Muhammad's day? Can we know? Yeah, how can we know? We have manuscripts that predate Muhammad. All right, look at this. All right, for example, this is a copy of the prophet Isaiah, 1,000 years before Muhammad lived. 1,000 years before Muhammad lived. All right. Do you know what this says right here? This is Isaiah 9:5. All right. Do you know what this says in Hebrew? It says, Ki yeled yulad lanu bein nitan lanu. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son, bein nitan lanu, vati hamisra al shichmo. The government will be upon his shoulders. Vaikra shemo pele yoetz el gibor. This son, his name is God Almighty. All right. We can even translate it into English. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, the government will be on his shoulders, and he is called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. 1,000 years before Muhammad, the son is Mighty God. Okay? So yeah, Muhammad's contradicting the scriptures that existed 1,000 years before Muhammad. All right, we can go to Codex Sinaiticus. This Bible existed 300 years before Muhammad was born. This is showing us exactly what the Bible said when Muhammad received his revelation. There's no way around this. When the Quran says Torah and Injil, this is what it's referring to, because this is what it existed. And there's no evidence out there that any other thing existed, right? You got to make up some conspiracy theory about it. Well, let's go to what the Bible said. The same Bible that Allah tells you is the true Bible, all right? In the Greek, all right? En arche, ein halagos, in the beginning was the word. Kai halagos ein proston theon, and the word was in relationship with God. Kai theos ein halagos, and the word was God. In the English right here. In the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God. Right here, we are seeing what God had revealed about himself before Muhammad. The word already existed. The word was in relationship with God. And what was the word? He was himself God. The word was in the beginning with God, and all things came into being through the word. And without the word of God, nothing came into being, right? So the Quran is telling you that the Bible I just read to you, that both predate Muhammad, is true. So it says it's true, and then it contradicts it. This is a huge issue. A huge issue. It's a huge issue. Get yourself a tissue. It's a huge issue. Get yourself a tissue. All right, YT Pi. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to tell you. First of all, how do you know what language Jesus spoke? There's no way for you to know what language Jesus spoke. Unless you read the Bible, and then you'll know what language Jesus spoke. All right? The only way you know what language Jesus spoke is by reading the Bible. Because the Bible is the only book that tells you what language Jesus spoke. But besides that point, my point is this. If the Bible had been corrupted before Muhammad's day, then Allah is affirming a corrupted book. If you're going to claim that the Bible has been corrupted when Muhammad received his revelation, by definition, Islam is false. All right? By definition. Here's why. Let me do a little demonstration. All right? I'll do a little demonstration. All right? Okay, here we go. So, you have the Bible that was given, let's say, in Jesus' time and before, right? Then you have the Quran, and the Quran is telling you the Bible is true, okay? What does this mean? This means the Bible could not have been corrupted in between here and here, because here is telling you this is true, all right? We also know the Bible could not have been corrupted from Muhammad's day to our day, because I am showing you the Bible as it existed before Muhammad's day, all right? So I'm literally showing you what existed right here, right? In between the Bible and Muhammad, I'm showing you what exactly the Bible said. So without a shadow of a doubt, when the Quran is talking about the gospel, when the Quran is talking about the Torah, when the Quran is talking about the prophets, we know what it's talking about because we have the manuscript evidence, all right? What I just showed you, do you understand what I just showed you? I don't think you understand what I showed you. This is a handwritten manuscript of the Gospel of John, written in the year 325 AD. 300 years before Muhammad was born. This is what the Gospel said. Do you know what else I just showed you? I showed you an ancient Hebrew scroll of the prophet Isaiah 1,000 years before Muhammad was born. This is literally was written down 300 years before Jesus was born. Okay? This is from 300 BC, all right? 300 years before Christ. It says that the Son is going to be called God, all right? I read it right from the Hebrew for you. It says the Son is called El Gibor, right here, El Gibor, right? Ki yeled yulad lanu bein nitan lanu. A son is given to us. The government will be upon his shoulders. He's going to be king. And his name is Mighty God. Right? So, if you're going to say that the Bible I have today has been corrupted, you have no way to prove that. I'm showing you proof that the Bible I have today lines up perfectly with the Bible that lined up before Muhammad. This is undeniable proof. And so, if you're going to say that the Bible in between Jesus and Muhammad was corrupted, if you're going to say the Bible in between Jesus and Muhammad was corrupted, then the Quran is affirming a corrupted book. And Allah himself is confirming a corrupted book. Because Allah says, Muhammad, why do they need to come to you when they already have the Torah and the Gospel, right? So there's no evidence that the Bible's been changed since Muhammad's day. The reason why Muslims have to make up the story that the Bible's been changed is because the Quran says you're going to find Muhammad's name written in the Bible. And you go read the Bible, whoops, his name's not in there. So they have to say, oh, it's been changed. Even though we have irrefutable proof that anybody can find on the internet showing that the Bible has not been changed. We still got 800 people in here. That's nuts. So anybody who is like, you really have to deal with this issue, because it's a huge issue. It's a huge issue. It's a massive issue. If I was a Muslim, I would have to seriously consider these things and not just brush them off and say, oh, you're lying. Because obviously I'm not lying. I showed you irrefutable proof that the Bible has not been changed. I showed you that the Quran affirms the Bible according to Allah's own words. We could even go into hadith, Sahih hadith, where Muhammad himself puts his hand on a Torah scroll and says, I believe in you and the one who revealed you, right? That's a huge contradiction. The Quran itself is a huge contradiction. If it hasn't been changed, why so many versions? Why so many versions of the Quran, right? Let's see, Quran. Let's see. How many versions of the Quran are there in English, right? Look at this. All right, let's go to Surat al-Baqarah, one of my favorites. Sahih International. What else do we got here? Mushin Khan, Yusuf Ali, Shakir. Why so many versions of the Quran? Oh, because they're just translating the Arabic. They're translating the Arabic into English, and so different translations render it different ways. Okay, same with the Bible. That's why I'm showing you the Greek, okay? This is why I'm showing you the Hebrew and the Greek. This is why I'm going back to the original language, reading it to you in the original language, showing you that it has not been changed, right? Yes, there are many different translations of the Greek, of the Hebrew, into various different languages. And every time a new translation gets published, it's called a different version. The NIV version, the King James version, the New King James version, the Holman Christian version. It's the same Greek, it's the same Hebrew. Just like how the Quran is the same Arabic, but if you're going to translate it, different people translate it different ways. Because, as you know, if you're translating a Semitic language into English, these words have semantic range. It's the same with Hebrew. Arabic and Hebrew are very, very, very similar in the way they sound, obviously not the way they look. Yeah, you read in Arabic. Okay, great. Read it in Arabic then, all right? So I'm showing you the Arabic on Quran.com, where I actually went into the Arabic to show you that the Bible was written with them, right? The English translation didn't even say written, it's just a paraphrase. But in the Arabic, use the word maktuban, which means written, right? Where are the differences in the Quran versions? They're all over the place. You could just Google the different Qur'at if you want, or you could Google the different manuscripts. Or honestly, here's a good idea, because nowadays most Qurans are the Hafs Quran, 1924. There was no standardized Quran until 1924. But I honestly recommend this book. This is not an anti-Islamic book. This is a pro-Islamic book. If you want information about the variant readings of the Quran, this is hard to get and it's expensive, by Ahmad Ali al-Imam, a critical study of the Quranic variant readings and linguistic origins. This goes into not only the Aruf, but also the Qur'at, and all the different ways that Islamic scholars have viewed these throughout the centuries. It's very interesting. But let me see if I can find a quick reference here. Here we go. This is a quick reference. These are some of the different Qurans that are out there and the different areas of the world where these Qurans are currently used. All right, you got the Warsh Quran, the Kalun Quran, the Hafs Quran, which is most Muslims read the Hafs Quran, which was Hafs' rendition of it. All right, but then this will show you where there are some differences. All right. And this is comparing Hafs and Warsh. This is just comparing two differences, and it's showing you the places where there are some significant differences with Not just the way you pronounce the words, but the actual, change the context of the text. Like, for example, who gives mercy? Does Muhammad give mercy or does Allah give mercy? It depends, right? You can see the consonants of the text are actually different. It's not just different vowels, right? This one, they are slaves of the most gracious, or they are with the most gracious. This is Hafs again versus Warsh, all right? And this is just two of the different kinds. There are many. This is not even all the different ones here. So, and these are authoritative. Are we getting uneven cheeks? But here's the thing. It doesn't matter that there are different versions, not different versions, but it doesn't matter that there are variations in the Quran. That doesn't mean it's true or false, right? It doesn't make a book true or false if there's variations in the manuscripts or in the traditions, right? But we do have to be honest about these things. No, it's not just pronunciations, Muhammad. It's not just pronunciations. It changes the meaning of the text. It's not just the vowels, bro. It's the actual resum of the text. The consonantal text is different. All right? And this is no surprise because, as I already showed you, Islamic scholars, I've already showed you videos of Islamic scholars telling you that within Islam, everybody has always known about the differences in the Quran. Not just the different qira'at, but actually different Qurans. Right? Like, in the Hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari, you have Muhammad's companions with different Qurans than Uthman's Quran. After Uthman gathered all the Qurans and burned the ones he didn't like, essentially, right? He made an official version of the Quran and burned all the others, right? Muhammad's companions, some of them got angry. They said, don't give Uthman your Qurans because Uthman's wrong. Ubay ibn Ka'b, Ibn Masud, and two other guys, they had different Qurans than Muhammad. They had additional surahs. Some were missing surahs. Some had added verses. You know? But so Ahmad Yunus, with all due respect, my friend, the two different creation accounts in Genesis, there's two ways to look at this. Let's be honest and think about this logically. So Ahmad Yunus says, he's trying to say, you can't trust the Bible because there are contradicting creation accounts. He says in Genesis 1, God created humans after animals, but in Genesis 2, God created man before the animals. Now, there's two ways to look at this, okay? You could look at this as when God, already having created the animals and man, put man in the garden, he then formed out of the dust of the ground the animals to bring before Adam. The animals had already existed, right? If you read Genesis 1 versus Genesis 2, there's actually two different words used in the Hebrew, right? In Genesis 1, it says he created them out of nothing. In Genesis 2, it says he formed them out of the dust of the ground and brought them to man. So you could understand it as after God created everything. Genesis 2 now is zoomed in more on humanity. God created animals from the ground. After they had already been created, he brought them to Adam. But here's the real problem, my friend. If there's a contradiction in the Bible, that means the Quran is wrong. This is what my main point is. This is the main reason why I cannot accept Islam. Because Allah himself tells the Jews, right? He tells the Jews. He tells Muhammad. He says, Muhammad, why are the Jews coming to you for judgment when they already have the Torah? Okay? You just quoted me the Torah. If what you're quoting me is really a contradiction, then your God is lying. This is why it's such a big deal. If it's true that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 contradict each other, and therefore the Bible's a false book, then the Quran is a false book, because Allah is not mad, but he's bewildered. Muhammad, why are the Jews asking you when they already have Genesis, in which contains Allah's judgment? All right? Allah is surprised. Muhammad, why are the Jews coming to you when they have Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 in the Torah? Do you understand? If it's true that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 is disqualifying the Bible, it's disqualifying the Quran. The Quran needs the Bible to stand because it's telling you this is true, right? So there are ways to explain apparent contradictions in pretty much any book. Go online, you'll find 1 billion Quran contradictions. You'll find 1 billion Bible contradictions, and you'll find answers to all those contradictions. All right? Like, seriously, if we're going to be honest, you could Google contradictions in the Quran, pages and pages and pages. Google contradictions in the Bible, pages and pages and pages. But there are always answers to these, right? There are always answers to apparent contradictions. And that's not the problem. The problem is the fact that the Quran, Allah, is telling Muslims that the Torah and the Gospel at the time of Muhammad's revelation was with the Jews and the Christians. And not only was it with them, but Allah was expecting that the Jews and the Christians were going to judge by what Allah had revealed in it. So Allah is claiming right now, whatever the Torah and the Gospel was in Muhammad's day, contained Allah's words revealed in it, man. So if you're going to say the Bible's corrupt, that means Allah is wrong about what he's saying, which makes the whole Quran fall apart. Okay, can I prove the Torah and the Injil is the Bible that I have? Bro, I've already proved it to you. Okay, I'm reading to you the prophecy of Isaiah from the Hebrew scriptures in Hebrew. Yes, I can translate it, my friend, because I'm a huge Bible nerd. All right, this is the verse that says, you know, it's funny because, to be honest with you, the website itself is wrong. Like, I can translate Hebrew so well that I know this verse right here, this English is wrong. This is actually verse 6 or verse 4, right? It says in Isaiah chapter 5, in a scroll that was written 1,000 years before Muhammad lived, Ki yeled yuled lanu, bain nitan lanu, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. Vaikra Shemo, and his name will be called El Gibor, mighty God. All right. So according to the prophet Isaiah, the son that is given to us is mighty God. All right. Then we go to the Bible that existed 300 years before Muhammad was born. 300 years before Muhammad was born. This is what the Christians had when Muhammad received his revelation. All right. We can read it in the Greek. NRK, in the beginning. Ein ha lagos, in the beginning was the word. Kai halagos, ein proston theon, and the word was with God. Kai theos, ein halagos, and the word was God. From the original Greek, written 300 years before Muhammad existed, here's the English translation. In the beginning was the word. Speaking of the Son of God. The Word was with God and the Word was God. So I'm proving you from the original languages, from the manuscripts that exist before Muhammad existed, exactly what the Bible said. So when Allah says, let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it, this is presupposing that the Christians had the gospel. Well, according to evidence that we can all search for ourselves with a Google search, and if you know biblical Greek, you can see this for yourself. What was the gospel when Allah gave Jabril the revelation? It was this. This was the gospel in the context of the Quran. In the context of the Quran, this is the gospel. In the context of the Quran, this is the Hebrew scriptures. All right? And then the Quran just comes and contradicts what we know existed before Muhammad received his revelation. How's Bitcoin doing anyway? Man, how many steps did I even take today? Sheesh. I gotta start a religious channel for this, because this is ridiculous on the crypto channel, honestly. And this is just crazy. Too much. It's just too much. It's just too much. I'm gonna see how many steps I walked. Oh my goodness, 33,000 steps. Sheesh. Yeah, very few people show proof of their side of the story. Like, I'm legitimately showing proof. That's what's so crazy. And it's not even hard proof to find. Like, it's not obscure. It's not hidden out there. Like, this is a simple Google search. That's what's so cool about the Bible and biblical manuscripts. These things are out in the open for everybody to see. We can look at the manuscripts. We can look at the textual variants. We can see the different families of tradition. We don't try and hide it like Muslims try and hide it, even though they have different traditions of variants as well, which is well documented. We're open about it. We're honest about it. But the message of the gospel has been preserved, and we have the proof from the original languages to show. You know? Shout out to Thor. Yeah, you're right. I need to change these into petals. I need to change these into petals. But look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry for getting too religious. I'm sorry for getting too religious. All right? The only reason this is so important to me, and then this will be my last thing, all right? I'm sorry. The reason why this is so important to me is because the only hope for humanity is to be born again. To be born again. That's the only hope for humanity. All right? It says this, as many as received him, to them he gave the power or the right to become children of God, to those who believe on his name, who are born not of blood, not by the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but are born of God. All right? The only hope for humanity is for us to be born again. Otherwise, we're all headed for destruction. The gospel, the Injil, the good news is that the Word who always existed, who created everything, who created you, he became flesh and he tabernacled among us. All right? And he paid the penalty for our sins so that we can be born again, so that life is no longer purposeless, so that life is no longer meaningless, so that we have eternal purpose. This is the hope for humanity. Without that hope, everything is so meaningless. And Jesus has absolutely changed my life. It's not a belief that I have. It's literally an experience of being born again by the power of God. My life was going a certain way. I desired certain things. God changed my life. I was born again. Now I'm going a different way, desiring different things. And not only that, but I know these things have an eternal purpose, an eternal value. And it's not just for the here and now. And if you take away the good news, then there's no good news. There's only depressing news. That's why this is so important to me. But look, I respect all beliefs, okay? I respect all beliefs, okay? I really do. I mean that with all my heart. I love everybody. But look, you know, people get passionate about things, obviously. That being said, I'm going to head out, all right? Because I got stuff to do and I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's insane. Well, anyway, God bless you guys, and I'll see you later. Peace.